Chapter 1861, Struggle. Xiang Mei sighed deep with emotion, as if she were also sighing over her own destiny. Lin Ming didn't know what Xiang Mei had to face that she wanted to flee it for 100 million years, but what he knew was that Xiang Mei was someone with great ambitions. Just like she had said. A worm that lives amongst the dead leaves and fallen branches will never understand the beauty and greatness of this world. And a worm was a creature that wouldn't live past the winter. Because of its short life, it didn't know the dangers of a world filled with ice and snow. But what about martial artists? Wasn't it the same? 10 billion years ago, those supreme elders might have seemed heaven-shaking and world-breaking, but were they able to see the world 10 billion years later? The current good fortune Saint Sovereign was also all-powerful, but would he be able to see the future of 10 billion years from now? Xiang Mei was unwilling to live for a mere several 100 million years. She wanted to live longer than that, to witness everything the universe had to offer. Although the primal god race didn't have any true divinities, they were still able to contend with the saints for so long. Is it by virtue of the so-called decree of the gods? Lin Ming found it difficult to believe that a single decree could threaten the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The so-called decree of the gods, do you even know what they are? Do you know how deep their origins are? They are items left behind by the many peerless god sovereigns of the ancient past. It is even said that within these decrees of the gods, there are those left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. Because of this, there is a viewpoint that exists which believes the Azura Roadmaster came from the primal god race. What? Lin Ming was dumbfounded. The Azura Roadmaster was from the primal god race? What else do you think is possible? He is a character that existed 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, humans, saints, and spiritas, the three great peak races of the current era, had yet to rise. There were only the numerous ancient races that aren't worthy of mention now. It's impossible that any of these small races possessed the destiny or background to give birth to unrivaled existences like the Azura Roadmaster or the Holy Scripture Creator. The Spiritas may have declared to the world that the creator of the Holy Scripture is the first ancestor of the Spiritas, but the reality is that this is only a justification for them to thoroughly inherit the Akashic Dream universe. Xiang Mei ruthlessly mocked. Her words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to stir, as if she were contemptuously scoffing at the actions taken by the high-level figures of the Spiritas. So that's how it is. Lin Ming recalled the Azura Roadmaster triple cultivated essence, energy, and divine. He had 33 avatars and studied the 33 heavenly Taoists, each to the boundary of a true divinity. This was an unimaginable achievement. For the three races of humans, saints, and spiritas, this was especially true. But the primal god race was different. Their souls, bodies, and inner worlds were all incredibly potent, and they were strong by birth alone, possessing the talent to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. This point just happened to agree with the Azura Roadmaster's road of cultivation. The truth was that the Azura Road Mazer existed 10 billion years ago. Through such a long period of time, the martial arts civilization of the universe had suffered numerous calamities and history had been lost to the sands of time, everything becoming vague and unknown. It was hard for martial artists of the modern era to trace back what race the Azura Roadmaster originated from. But without a doubt, the primal god race was the likeliest choice. Similarly, the creator of the Holy Scripture probably had a terrifying background. Xiang Mei seemed to have seen through Lin Ming's thoughts. She sighed and said, "The great emperors and sages of the ancient past almost all possessed inborn divine bodies and variation bloodlines. Lin Ming, if you wish to become a god and cast your own emperor's road, leaving behind an eternal legend, then the premise of all of that is, you can become a god." Xiang Mei's voice was calm, but Lin Ming knew that to become a god she referred to was not as simple as reaching the true divinity realm, but was to reach the extreme true divinity realm or even surpass it. To surpass true divinity, wasn't that easier said than done? Even if humanity were at peace and he possessed the entire legacy and resources of his race, he still might not be able to accomplish that. Much less now, when humanity was experiencing a great calamity soon. Lin Ming would lose his backing and struggle in the endless surging waves. If he were just a little bit careless, his body and soul would be destroyed. Empress, I have a question. How many heavens do the saints control? Lin Ming asked. He wanted a rough approximation of the saint's strength that would be greatly helpful to him. 7, the same as my Spiritas, although their overall strength is slightly inferior, Shang Mei said with certainty. In a sense, the Akashic Dream universe, to a race, was far more useful than the primeval realm ruins. After all, the army-style training of the Akashic Dream battlefield was something that the primeval realm ruins didn't have. 7. Then, if the Spiritas and saints each possess 7 heavens, the numerous ancient races possess 1, and the divine realm is also 1, then I only know of 16 heavens. There are also the universes of 17 heavens remaining. Are there other races? Lin Ming asked, feeling a bit depressed. In the past, humanity stood on par with the saints and Spiritas, but now they only possessed a single heaven. Of course, there was still a large number of humans. Many of them were distributed across the various territories of the saints and Spiritas, and could be called slaves. Now humanity, which had once been one of the 3 great peak races, only had the advantage of numbers left for them. Shang Mei shook her head. There aren't that many races. Of the 33 heavens, many of them are gaping death traps or wildernesses. Some of them have chaotic laws, some of them have thin origin energy, and some of them are even filled with powerful vicious beasts. All of these problems are the ongoing consequences left behind by the great wars of the 100 races from ancient times. But, the truth is that this isn't a problem. Chaotic laws can be sorted and straightened out, thin origin energy can be nourished and revived, and vicious beasts can be slain. However, the key factor is that for these universes, the God-lamenting wall that separates the heavens hasn't weakened much, even during the last cycle of samsara 3.6 billion years ago. Because of this, it is difficult for anyone besides a true divinity to enter the other heavens. Thus, whether it is the saints or Spiritas, it is difficult for any influence to expand into them, and this is the reason that they are currently isolated. However, in the future there will definitely be races that rely on their background to slowly expand throughout the entire 33 heavens. I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was clear that the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious 10 billion years ago. At that time, it was likely that all 33 heavens were fully developed. But afterwards, due to certain reasons, many ancient races declined and even went extinct. The martial arts civilization devolved into its early stages and had to be redeveloped from the start. Now, the masters of the current era were far inferior in quality and quantity to those of 10 billion years ago. Perhaps as time passed, the Spiritas would really be able to restore the martial arts civilization to the golden age of 10 billion years ago. But perhaps after that, they might also wither away. To rise, to fade, and then to begin the cycle once more. That seemed to be a kind of heavenly Tao rule. Facing such a great rule, even peerless characters like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture were unable to prevent it. How do I go to the universe where the primal god race is? Lin Ming asked Shang Mei. Since the Spiritas were able to wage war with the saints and the saints were able to wage war with the ancient races, that meant the Spiritas must possess a method to reach the ancient races. You really wish to go? Shang Mei looked at Lin Ming, her eyebrows pressing together. She originally wanted to tell Lin Ming that the time of humanity was nearing its end, but she never imagined he would want to go to the primal god race. Yes. Lin Ming didn't aimlessly want to go to the primal god race. The primal god race might be related to the Azura Roadmaster, and based on this point alone he had to go take a look, and at least see what the decree of the gods that the Azura Roadmaster left behind were. Shang Mei stared at Lin Ming. She knew that once Lin Ming made a decision it was nearly impossible to change his mind. This was just the sort of person he was. She shook her head. I have no idea if you're brave or a fool. If there is a day when you really must face doom, then it is always better to die under my hands than to die to the saints. As Shang Mei spoke, she flew upwards. Her graceful form was covered in endless moonlight, as if she were stepping on the wind as she floated to the skies. Like this, she left, not even turning her head once as she brought her previous confusion and her new decisiveness away with her. Lin Ming watched Xiang Mei disappear into the horizon. He felt a sense of sudden melancholy that he couldn't explain. The next time they met, what would the situation be like? The vicissitudes of life were ever-changing, being flipped and turned in the surging waves. In this great world, no one was able to do as they liked. Lin Ming was a young eagle that had just learned to fly. Facing the upcoming storm, he was unable to reach the lofty skies. However, Xiang Mei was powerful and had completed her 7th revolution of reincarnation. Once she stepped into the Empyrean realm once more, her true combat strength might reach the boundaries of a true divinity. Even so, in her life she was burdened by a tremendous weight, one that left her lonely and lost. As Xiang Mei had said, whether it was him or her, they were both moths flying towards the fire. Even though they both clearly knew there was a raging flame in front of them, they still desperately rushed into it. Beneath the arrangement of fate, even if the initial moments were happy, the results might surpass all imagination. Even friends could turn into foes, opposing each other to life and death. However, even knowing this, they would still follow the paths they had chosen and walk down their roads. This was because they both held fast to their hearts and possessed their own beliefs. If only life stayed like the first time we met. Suddenly, looking back through the rivers of time, nothing fills the eyes but mist. I must struggle in the dust and chaos. Even if I am only a small wave, I will still bravely move forwards. Chapter 1862, Primeval Universe. Brother Lin, are you leaving? A shy voice sounded out. It was Ruby. I must leave. If I have the chance to return, then I will definitely help you solve the riddle of your life. Xiang Mei had long since left the vast forest. Lin Ming had been standing beneath the great starry skies for several hours. He didn't want to bring Ruby away. She was an energy body formed from pure soul force, and if she left the Akashic Dream universe she wouldn't have a physical body. Although she would still exist, it would feel like a bird losing its wings. If she went to the catastrophic universe where the 100 ancient races dwelled, she might not be able to play a major role and would easily fall into danger. Plus, with the uncertainty of Lin Ming's own continued existence lying on the edge, he decided to leave by himself. Then I will wait for you to return. Ruby clenched her small fists and vigorously nodded. Towards Lin Ming, she felt a natural affinity. This was because of the magic cube and the eternal soul. Over the years, Lin Ming's soul had been nourished by the magic cube and had become extremely pure. It now possessed a trace of never-changing attributes. This was also another reason why Lin Ming was special in Xiang Mei's eyes. Lin Ming deeply looked at Ruby. Then, he floated upwards and decisively turned away, welcoming the endless night winds as he quickly flew. This was a desolate and bleak universe. In this universe, the heaven and earth origin energy was particularly thin, only 60 to 70% that of the divine realms. But this universe was actually flooded with a boundless primal aura, as if it had existed for 1 trillion years. There weren't many stars in this universe. As for those that still hung in the skies, they seemed gloomy and dark, as if they were on the verge of being extinguished. Lin Ming calmly sent out his divine sense and discovered that in the starry skies, there were many hidden black holes. Black holes were formed from the death of stars and were one of the most terrifying types of celestial bodies to exist in the universe. They were condensed from the overwhelming might of the heavenly Tao laws, and even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to come out if they entered. This universe seems to be fading. Lin Ming stood before the porthole of a spirit ship. He sighed. In the boundless universe, there was life as well as death. When a universe had existed for a long time, many stars would begin to die out one after another, becoming black holes. This was one of the signs of a universe moving towards entropy. This process took an incomparably long time, perhaps even 100 billion years. I never thought that the universe of the primal god race and other ancient races would be like this. Although Xiang Mei was almost hostile with Lin Ming, she had still arranged for people from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands to help Lin Ming enter the universe that the saints ruled over and subsequently enter this primeval universe. This was a long journey. They had to pass through several god-lamenting walls, and the process lasted for over a year. Wishing to make a trip that crossed several universes wasn't easy at all. One had to use Great Void shifts countless times, consuming endless amounts of energy stones like 9 sun jades. Even a great world king would lose all their wealth in this attempt. And at this time, Lin Ming discovered that in the starry space there was a giant floating temple. This temple shimmered all over, dazzling to the eyes. From this temple, Lin Ming could feel a familiar aura. That was astral essence, an energy as deep and vibrant as the sea. The saints. Halt, identify yourself. Thousands of miles away from Lin Ming, a group of martial artists rapidly flew towards him, blocking his way. These saint martial artists wore golden combat armor and held thick halberds and lances in their hands. They surrounded Lin Ming's spirit ship. Come out! The leading saint martial artist shouted, his voice causing space to shake. Lin Ming calmly flew out from the spirit ship. He had already used the bodily rebirth technique to change his appearance and had even concealed his status as a human. Even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to see through Lin Ming. Someone of our race. What influence are you from? This aggressive squad of saints had a holy lord as their leader. It was naturally impossible for them to see through Lin Ming's disguise. I am just a lonely wandering martial artist. I came to the primeval universe in order to fight and temper myself. In a war that involved 2 races, it wasn't something that could be accomplished by several influences. Rather, all martial artists within the race could freely enter as they pleased to sharpen their skills in battle and also obtain valuable war loot. For instance, the attack on the primal god race was coordinated by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It involved over 150 Empyrean influences participating in addition to countless World King and Holy Lord level influences. With all of these influences gathered together, the temporary army they formed was incomparably massive and chaotic. Many saint martial artists could temporarily enter the army and become members of the army. They could take this opportunity to temper themselves, just like Lin Ming had said. Thus, it wasn't sudden or a surprise for Lin Ming to appear here. Don't move, the leading Holy Lord martial artist said. He took out an array disc and scanned Lin Ming, confirming his status once more. This was to prevent any spies from infiltrating their ranks. However, it was impossible for such an ordinary array disc to penetrate through Lin Ming's bodily rebirth technique. The array disc didn't have any response. The Holy Lord Sergeant nodded and tossed a token towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming took this token and glanced at it. The writing on it said, Sergeant Number, Holy Lord Level 12,968. Subordinate under Empyrean White Heaven, 1st Mixed Legion. Seeing these words, Lin Ming was shocked. In a battle between races, the scale was truly astronomical. In a legion led by an Empyrean, there were over 12,000 Holy Lords. In the past, when humanity fought with the saints, Empyrean Divine Seal had led several hundred Empyreans and over 1 million Holy Lords in battle. This left a deep impression on Lin Ming. In such a dreadful war, unless one's individual strength reached that of a peak Empyrean or true divinity, it was difficult to display much of an effect. Lin Ming received the token and like this joined the Saints' army. The reason he joined the Saints' army was mainly to uncover information. He had come to the primeval universe alone. In such a vast world he didn't have a map or a guide and he didn't know anything at all. If he continued like this, he could wander around for 1,000 years without finding the primal god race. But if he joined one of the Saints' legions, that was different. Like this, Lin Ming stayed in the Saints' army for several days, carrying out training exercises and combat practice. Fighting in a legion was completely different from fighting one-on-one. In a situation with outstanding martial artists present, a short period of training could improve the overall combat strength of the team. During this training period, Lin Ming deliberately stayed far away from the giant temple. This was because he could faintly feel a horrifying aura emitting from the temple. It was likely that this Empyrean white sky was in command of the temple. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, he didn't want to come into any contact with an Empyrean. If he had to face an Empyrean, he wouldn't be able to run, much less escape. During training, Lin Ming was able to learn a great deal of information from the conversations between the sergeants. The situation in the primeval universe was more complex than Lin Ming had first imagined. In the primeval universe, there were over 70 ancient remnant races. These remnant races were the descendants of the races that had been incredibly prosperous 10 billion years ago. Even though they fell into decline, they still possessed deep backgrounds. It wasn't just the primal god race that possessed the decree of the gods, the other races also had them. The most powerful of them was the primal celestial race. 10 billion years ago, the primal celestial race was also swollen with pride and power, unexcelled in the world. According to the rumors, it was said that in the past, of the 33 heavens, the god race occupied 18 heavens and the celestial race occupied 15 heavens. The two races had divided the 33 heavens between themselves, unlike today where many universes existed in a semi-obsolete state. During ancient times, the other races were in truth races that coexisted in the universes that the god race and celestial race had captured. Now, since the saints wanted to annihilate the primeval universe, their main threats came from the god race and celestial race. If the peak Empyreans of these two races desperately burned away their own lives and also used the decrees of God left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, they could absolutely cause heavy losses even to a true divinity. These so-called heavy losses weren't as simple as injuries. At the level of an Empyrean or true divinity, their vital essence energy reached unimaginable heights and it was difficult for even rare heavenly treasures to make up for the losses they suffered. If a true divinity were to suffer grievous wounds that caused damage to their vital essence energy, it would likely have a tremendous influence on their remaining strength and lifespan. But although Lin Ming learned so much information, he still didn't figure out how to find the primal god race. The primal god race had united several races together and had gone into hiding in a place called the Chaos Star Ocean. This Chaos Star Ocean had once been the core of a titanic galaxy. But, the galaxy had withered away, and this core region was flooded with numerous space storms and black holes. If one recklessly rushed in and was sucked in by a black hole, that would mean certain death. After understanding all of this, Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. The races of the primeval race were able to struggle with the saints for so many years with so few numbers, so they naturally must have something they could rely on. If these ancient remnant clans fought on equal ground with the saints, the war situation would likely be completely different. Lin Ming patiently waited for a chance to contact the primal god race. 2 months passed, and on one day, a chance appeared before Lin Ming. A squad of the primal god race had their whereabouts scouted out by the saints. And the group who discovered them was the legion that Lin Ming was a part of. Lin Ming was suddenly shifted to the front lines. He accompanied a crowd of saint martial artists to surround this primal god squad. As for their orders, they were to capture them alive. Gather up. Before the legion set off, a sergeant shouted out loud. Hurry up and don't dawdle around. Do you think this is your hometown? If you join the army, that means you must follow the mindset of the army. Those who disobey orders will be executed. A world king loudly roared. He came from the White Sky Holy Lands and could be called part of the true army. As for this mixed legion that had people of all various levels of strength, he loudly reprimanded them and even attacked them at times. This was the tradition of an army, completely different from that of a sect. In this hastily formed mission, the saints had transferred over 100 holy lords. The one leading them was a red-clothed man, a direct disciple of Empyrean White Sky. He had a great world king realm cultivation. And behind him also followed 3 ordinary world kings, amongst them the one who had just shouted. There were also other direct disciples of Empyrean White Sky, but their status and talent were inferior to that of the red-clothed man. "Is everyone here? I am the commander of this troop, Red Leaf. Now, set off." The red-clothed man dispensed with all the small talk. He brought the mixed legion and soared to the skies. Chapter 1863, Entering the God Race. Primeval Universe, Chaos Star Ocean. Blood surged, the sounds of death and battle boiled in the air. Beams of brilliant light shot out like eternal rainbows, colorful and heroic, piercing through the void and shaking it. Kacha! Kacha! In the midst of the violent fluctuations of energy that ripped through all directions, massive asteroid belts broke up and disintegrated. This area had long been eroded through the endless years, decayed to the point of collapse. Now that this exceptionally brutal war broke out, the asteroids instantly turned to ash. The war drums of the saints rumbled, echoing through this ancient universe like billowing thunderclouds. Woo! Woo! Horns bellowed into the air, cracking open the starry skies. Sonic ripples spread through, inciting the morale of the saint martial artists. Where drums and horns beat together, endless massacres broke out. Beams of divine light ripped through the battlefield. Lin Ning mixed his way into the spirit ship of the saint martial artists. As he passed through this part of the battlefield, he saw many ancient remnant races still desperately fighting and crying out. These ancient remnant races were mostly celestials and the followers of the celestials. The primal god race only accounted for an extremely small portion of these martial artists. The entire god race consisted of only several tens of millions of people. Compared to the other larger races of the 33 heavens who consisted of unknown trillion quadrillions of people, the god race couldn't even be considered a drop in the bucket. In fact, even 10 billion years ago, the primal god race didn't have a high population. At the very least, they couldn't compare to the raw numbers of the great races of the current era. At that time, within the universes ruled by the primal god race, the main residents were the other races that followed the primal god race. These races often had populations several hundreds of millions of times greater than the primal god race. The primal god race was just like their name to these races. Their powerful members were the same as gods. Gods could control the universe, but the number of gods was always far less than all other living beings. The scenes of war were merciless and tragic. Some of the ancient race martial artists possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, some had glowing golden bodies, some exuded shining auras of power, some possessed billowing blood vitality, some had massive horns, but all of them were incredibly talented when it came to fighting. When these powerhouses gathered together, their blood energy seethed and fused, seemingly boundless and containing endless fighting strength. But although these ancient races were powerful, they were surrounded by enemies 10 times their numbers. The saint martial artists encircled them like ants. These saint martial artists weren't weak either. Each one had extraordinary talents, powerful bloodlines, or formidable martial arts inheritances. As they all activated their bloodlines, their appearances became fierce and savage, and even when they died they would go down biting and kicking at the ancient races. Although the ancient race martial artists fought bravely, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Their boiling blood vitality and fierce actions were soon submerged by the sea-like offensive. Moreover, some influences of the ancient races were separated by the saint martial artists using calculating methods. They were divided and then conquered, suffering massive casualties. This battle is intense. Although the ancient races are using the terrain to their advantage and engaging the saints in guerrilla warfare, the saint martial artists eventually find them. Once the saints find them, it's just a mass slaughter from then on. The ancient races may be strong, but they are too few in number and it is difficult for them to procreate. If this continues, then they won't be able to last for much longer, Lin Ning grimly thought, his heart heavy. Seeing these ancient races heroically battle with the murderous saints, an inexplicable feeling of frustration and sorrow shook Lin Ning's heart. Dozens of years from now, would this be the same scene in the divine realm? Humanity was numerous, far higher in number than these ancient races. If the saints thoroughly seized control of the divine realm, it was still impossible for them to completely eliminate all humans. After all, besides the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were still countless other medium and small worlds and dimensions, as well as the vast lower realms which consisted of over 1 billion worlds. Wanting to eliminate humanity was an incomparably vast project. But the saints didn't need to utterly eliminate humanity. As long as they destroyed the inheritance of humanity and killed off the likes of Divine Dream, Emperor Sakya, and other leading Empyreans, completely wiping away the Empyrean heavenly palaces, and then killing the top talents like Dragon Fawn, Hang Chi, and June Bluemoon, that would be eliminating the hopes of humanity. From then on, humanity could be considered as ruins. Humanity would still have members surviving into the future, but they would be like those that lived in the soul world. They would devolve into an inferior race of slaves, ruled by others and barely able to maintain their existence. Did you see the war just now? That was Empyrean Gilded Heaven's Legion. They apparently found a stronghold of the Celestials and have organized the army to lay siege to it, and will be claiming victory any time now. Conservatively speaking, this time they will be killing hundreds of thousands of celestial martial artists and millions of their followers. This is a great military merit. Not only will we obtain a massive amount of war loot, but these military merits mean rich rewards from the upper command. The commanding great world king Redleaf roared out. His words roused the fervor of the saint martial artists. The reason this legion had joined the battle between races was in order to find lucky chances and obtain military exploits. Although our mission isn't to kill hundreds of thousands or millions of enemies, our opponents are not the Celestials but the primal god race. If we capture them alive, the rewards will be unfathomable. Everyone, raise your spirits. Redleaf's words caused many martial artists to bubble over with zeal. With this, Redleaf was extremely excited. The scale of battle they had to undertake wasn't large, but if it went smoothly, their harvests would be considerable. The bodies, souls, and energy seas of the primal god race were all valuable treasures. They could be slowly refined and turned into top treasures and pills. The group of people marched forwards. These people all had at least a Holy Lord level cultivation. Even in a battle between two races, the strength of a Holy Lord couldn't be underestimated. They avoided the intense parts of the battlefield as much as possible, sneaking through the darkness of the void. We've arrived, it's here. Redleaf suddenly waved his hand and all the saint martial artists stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a dark space that was camouflaged to look like a black hole. But as Lin Ming swept his divine sense through it, he knew that in truth this was only an illusion. It was actually a stronghold of the primal god race. Attack! With a loud command from Redleaf, over 100 holy lords struck together. The divine lights of numerous astral essences pierced through the void, ripping through the primal god race's great array formation. Bang! A horrifying explosion lit up the world. In front of the saint martial artists, an independent world appeared. This world existed in a crevice of space, and had houses, mountains, rivers, rice fields, and also primal god martial artists quietly living there. From appearances, this was not some war stronghold, but a simple village. And it was only an ordinary village of the primal god race, because there were the elderly, women, and children running about. Although the god race martial artists far surpassed other races in terms of talent, not all of them could cultivate to the Holy Lord realm. In their race there were many ordinary martial artists. Of course, these ordinary martial artists were far more powerful than ordinary martial artists of other races. From looks alone, the god race didn't have any external differences from saints or humans. But, their inherent essence, energy, and divine were of completely different levels. If stripped out, they were all precious materials. Capture alive those you can. As for those you cannot, kill them all and take away their corpses. Redleaf ruthlessly ordered. A manic bloodthirst clouded his eyes. The primal god race village before him left him incredibly excited, because he could see young girls and children living there. The young girls of the god race, if they were virgins, would be extremely nourishing to his cultivation if he were to ravish them. As for the children of the god race, they could be turned into medicines. The effects were even better. In the private transactions of the Saint Race legions, the prices of the god race's young girls and children were dozens of times higher than other members. Ha, all of you die. Kill them all. More than 100 holy lords and 3 world kings attacked together. The god race village in front of them wasn't too large. No matter how heaven-defying the talent of the god race was, it was impossible for a tiny village like this to harm a great world king. Whoosh! Suddenly, a divine arrow cut through the skies and a saint holy lord in the front was pierced through the chest, immediately sent flying backwards. During the time he was sent flying away, the divine arrow twisted apart the saint martial artist's heart and lungs, causing blood to gush out from his body and sever his life. Red Leaf sneered. Interesting, there's a fierce youth here and his skills aren't too bad. Red Leaf thoughtfully looked towards the center of the village. There was a youth holding a bow with an early Holy Lord level cultivation. But, this early Holy Lord was able to kill a late Holy Lord with an arrow and even ignore the powerful bodily defenses of the saints. This strength was extraordinary, he was surely some astonishing genius. Bang! The youth hurtled into the skies. His body was covered in war armor and dense arcs of electricity wrapped around him. His eyes were angry and defiant. He kicked out and sent a saint martial artist hurtling 1,000 miles away, causing him to violently vomit blood. Chapter 1864, God Race Royalty. This god race youth's 2 continuous attacks caused the locust-like swarm of saint martial artists to halt their advance. Seeing this, Lin Ning was slightly surprised. This youth's talent already surpassed many Empyrean descendants. A small god race village actually had such an outstanding elite. If a large influence of the god race with a deep background were to raise such a genius, how terrifying could he be? Interesting. Senior apprentice brother Red Leaf, let me play with him. A world king standing behind Red Leaf grinned and moved forwards. He took out a spear, a flame burning on its tip. Facing this saint world king, the god race youth's complexion was solemn. He could feel the terrifying aura rolling off this opponent, and from what this world king had said, the senior apprentice brother Red Leaf he referred to was clearly stronger. From Red Leaf's body, the god race youth could feel an aura as deep as the sea, making his heart race. Behind the god race youth, the other primal god race villagers all had worried and fearful expressions. Their tiny little village didn't have much war strength, so how could they ward off the assault of 100 holy lords, several world kings, and a great world king? What enmity does my primal god race have with you saints? You want to annihilate my people's bloodline and use our children for alchemy. The primal god race youth angrily shouted. Thunder gathered in his palms and a vast lightning storm seemed to grow within his maddened eyes. Ha, what sort of question is that? How pathetic. In this universe, the strong devour the weak. Who made it so that your flesh and blood are valuable medicines, and that the women of your people are the best living furnaces for dual cultivation? Who told you to possess so many resources? Your people were once brilliant in the past, but now it's time for you all to permanently leave the stage of history. My saint race will rise without stopping, and you will perish while we do so. The saint world king laughed. The god race youth simmered in grief, hatred roiling in his heart. He flew straight up from the ground, impacting into the skies. Even if I must die, I will drag you down with me. The god race youth bellowed. His flesh and blood began to emit an even more dazzling brilliance, and his skin started to shine with a golden light. Runes flashed on his body, exuding an inexhaustibly potent power. The void shook and his crystalline bones emitted a majestic aura that caused the world to shake. This bloodline, Lin Ning was startled. He could feel that this bloodline was slightly similar to the Azura blood the Azura Roadmaster had left behind. Of course, compared to the Azura Roadmaster, the difference was far too great. When he had heard Xiang Mei say that it was rumored that the Azura Road Master came from the primal god race, it seemed that these weren't baseless stories. Hey, he actually has the king bloodline. If I cut you down, then my merits will be great, huh? The Saint World King laughed with joy as he sensed the god race youth's bloodline. The god race's king bloodline could be called the most precious bloodline in the world. The pure king bloodline had already vanished from existence, but there were still some lineages left behind. Although they were impure, they were still extremely valuable. What an accidental harvest! Many holy lords were excited. They were part of a mixed legion, so they were often sent to the edge of the battlefield. Because of this, they had some complaints in their hearts. They thought they would never be able to see some of the primal god race's treasures or important figures, but they never imagined they would find a god race youth with a king bloodline in this tiny village. But something was strange. This god race youth with the king bloodline, why would he be in this small village? Take him alive! Red Leaf shouted. The youth's bloodline had caused his complexion to change. At this moment, there was a dreadful explosion. The god race youth attacked. His move was like falling landslides and tsunamis that struck towards the Saint World King with overwhelming pressure. This move was brutal and crazy, and even the void tore apart. The Saint World King's original grin disappeared as he saw this. Although he had already given a high appraisal to this youth's strength, it seemed that he might have underestimated him. An early holy lord could emit an attack that could threaten an ordinary world king? However, this was only a threat. The disparity in their cultivations was far too large. The Saint World King took a step back, his blood vitality soaring to the heavens. White bone blades grew out from his skeleton, jutting out from his body. They shined with mystical runes, making him look like a deadly hedgehog. This was a common battle technique amongst the upper-level martial artists of the saints' body metamorphosis. Bang! The two people collided. The god race youth's complexion flushed red and blood leaked out the corners of his lips. Although his cultivation was an entire large boundary behind, he was actually only suppressed and not seriously wounded. How could he be so strong? Many saint martial artists were shocked. The disparity between an early holy lord and ordinary world king was no different than a mote. Yet in this one collision, all that happened was that he bled a little. The primal god race lived up to their reputation. The king blood of the god race was terrifying to the extreme. The god race youth violently fought with the Saint World King. Although he was fierce, every time they collided his body would be torn by the saint's bone blades, exposing deep wounds. But this god race youth possessed a horrifying level of endurance. Although he was repeatedly injured, he relied on his conviction to become increasingly savage the more he fought. On the other hand, even though the Saint World King was clearly stronger, he still couldn't capture his opponent for a long time. He was soon breathless from frustration. How terrifying! Some saint martial artists cried out in surprise. If the primal god race numbered in the trillions, there would be a qualitative change in their war strength and they could even threaten us saints. No wonder the god race was able to achieve supremacy 10 billion years ago when 100 races rose up together. If it weren't for the heavens cursing the god race, then there wouldn't be a race that could compete with them. The saint martial artists discussed. They couldn't help but admire the god race. Hearing these conversations, Red Leaf frowned and violently shouted, "All of you shut up!" Although Red Leaf was also left amazed by the god race's potential, he didn't want to lower military morale. Stop dragging things on. The longer we delay, the more problems there will be. All of us will capture him together. Red Leaf suddenly said. He was preparing to attack himself and the other two world kings moved forwards with him, all of them approaching the god race youth. He was afraid that this god race youth possessed some uncommon status and there would be reinforcements arriving. Seeing this, the martial artists in the god race village were filled with despair. Agu. The elderly in the village gripped their fists. A young girl's eyes filled with tears. The youth fighting in the skies was named Egu. He came from the royalty of the primal god race. But, because of certain intrigues within the royal family, he was forced to flee when he was a child. He ran away to this little village and grew up here. From the start, no one knew about Egu's previous life and thought of him as nothing but an ordinary child. Egu had grown up together with the village. The feelings that the villagers held towards Egu was as thick as blood. When the saints invaded and the flames of war began burning through the primeval universe, Egu had returned to this village. Now possessing a little bit of strength himself, he had desired to establish an enchantment around this village to make sure they could live in safety, and then wait for a chance to move the entire village to a safer place. But before he could do all of this, some of the villagers had been discovered by the saints. Egu's cultivation was far too low. He was just barely able to cope with a world king, and now with other world kings and even a great world king advancing towards him, nothing awaited him but defeat. Even if I die, I will make sure none of you are happy. Seeing 3 other world kings join the fray, Egu revealed a twisted smile. Crimson light began to shine from the bones of his arms. A dangerous aura enveloped everyone. This is bad. He wants to burn away the entirety of his king blood. Stop him. Red Leaf coldly said. Even if this god race youth burned away his king blood, he still couldn't pose a fatal threat to them. But it would mean the loss of his king blood. Egu. The villagers cried out in sorrow. Burning away the entirety of his king blood was the same as suicide. However, his opponents formed a sharp contrast to him. The saints ferociously roared, "Hey! You brat, your body no longer belongs to you. Your blood is precious and cannot be wasted. You think I'll just let you do as you please?" A Saint World King cackled, about to attack the god race youth. But at this time, a loud explosion erupted from behind the saints. They were startled and turned around to look. They saw that high in the air, an unfamiliar saint youth had destroyed the void, crushing the space channel that allowed them to enter. Behind the saint youth, a dim enchantment appeared, covering the surrounding space. This enchantment glittered with mystical runes, completely incomprehensible to the mind. "You, what are you doing?" Beside Red Leaf, the 3 Saint World Kings were stunned. The other 100 Saint martial artists were also unsure what happened. They could feel something was wrong. To destroy the space channel and also cover this area in an enchantment, these actions weren't something that the average person could easily accomplish. It had to be known that Saint martial artists mainly focused on the strength of their mortal bodies. They rarely used array runes, and even if they did, it wouldn't be so advanced. The array runes that this saint youth laid down were incomprehensible even to Red Leaf. Red Leaf's complexion darkened. He carefully observed this strange saint race youth. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any camouflage. This person's cultivation, race, and appearance didn't seem fake at all. But his actions prove he wasn't here with good intentions. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Red Leaf suspected that this person was a spy who had infiltrated into their ranks. After all, in a great war between races, the origins of members in a mixed legion were extremely complex, and it wasn't surprising for a spy to sneak their way in. After destroying the space channel and laying down an enchantment, the saint youth drew out a spear from his spatial ring. This saint youth was Lin Ming, who had used the bodily rebirth technique. He had been biding his time for so long and had only taken action now because he wanted to take advantage of the time when the saints were attacking the god race village to lay down the sealing enchantment. This enchantment had array symbols of the Azura heavenly Tao engraved into it. And its purpose was to prevent these saint martial artists from escaping. Lin Ming's identity was far too sensitive, especially to the saints. Although he could hide his appearance with the bodily rebirth technique, he couldn't hide his moves. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Middle Holy Lord realm. When his combat strength was contrasted with his cultivation, and in addition to his moves, if any saint martial artists ran away and spread news of what they saw, perhaps even including a battle array disc, then people like the good fortune saint's son would definitely be able to guess his identity. Once the saints discovered he had come to the primeval universe, what would happen then? Lin Ming didn't dare to imagine it. Thus, choosing the correct time to attack was extremely important to Lin Ming. Defeating these people wasn't hard, but to kill off every single one of them was a challenge. Chapter 1865, Agu. This brat, he's looking to die. After seeing Lin Ming block off the space channel, everyone began to emit a faint killing intent. The saint martial artists were furious. As for the primal god race villagers, they never imagined such a sudden change would occur. Agu, do you know this person? Did the royal family send him to rescue you? A beautiful blue-clothed girl sent Agu a sound transmission. She had adored Agu for a long time, and the truth was that even as a common village girl her feelings were reciprocated. But because of the difference in their backgrounds, neither of them had the courage to be open about their emotions. No. I don't know him and he doesn't seem like a member of the ancient remnant races. Agu looked at Lin Ming, finding it hard to discern his cultivation. If this person was only a middle holy lord, how could he possibly be the match of so many powerhouses? I don't know this brother's good name, but let's join forces, Agu said in the common language of the saints. He was worried that Lin Ming wasn't a match for these people. But, just as he spoke, Lin Ming moved. Behind Lin Ming, colossal stars appeared, floating up and down. As soon as he moved forwards, he opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and simultaneously galvanized the power of thunder and fire within his body. He couldn't hold back here. When dealing with the entire Saint Legion as well as the Great World King, it would be difficult to make sure not a single one of them escaped. Who? Flames surged in the skies and the void was flooded with lightning, as if countless purple and red snakes were twining themselves through the world. The scene was bizarre and horrifying. Then, Lin Ming thrust his spear. The spear he used was the Black Dragon Spear. After such a long time, Lin Ming used the Black Dragon Spear once more. Although he couldn't wield it, however, and whenever he wished, he could still last for a long time. Whirl! The massive Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel and Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel came rolling out. Endless runes followed, flowing together with the flames and thunder. It was like a river of stars had exploding into existence, completely covering the saint martial artists. Puff! 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 10 saint martial artists were immediately covered with this terrifying force field. Their mortal bodies instantly exploded to pieces before being vaporized into ashes by the power of thunder and fire. Right after, their souls and energies were absorbed by the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel and the Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel. What? Seeing this, many people paled. They had guessed that Lin Ming was powerful, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to lay down an enchantment that they couldn't break free from. But, they never thought he would be powerful to such a degree. 10 holy lords had been executed just by facing him. Get in formation! A Saint World King shouted, already frightened. 100 Saint warriors were all in a critical situation, facing a powerful opponent. They projected astral essence and converged it together, forming a drop of cream-colored blood. This was the Saints' battle formation, the Saints' blood array. When displayed with 100 Saint martial artists working in tandem, it possessed an earth-shaking might. The superiority of this battle formation lay in the fact that it was easy to learn and practice, and thus suitable for a mixed legion like this. This blood was strange. As soon as it appeared, it began to crazily swallow heaven and earth origin energy, eventually growing into a small bone that glittered with profound runes. This bone revolved in the void, automatically dragging in nearby energy. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a bone giant that was 10,000 feet tall. The bone giant projected a mystical strength that poked holes in the surrounding void. Roar! The bone giant hurled itself towards Lin Ming. But at this moment, a brilliant light bloomed between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The Davek eye slowly flickered open. This was Lin Ming's fourth Dao Palace, the Davik Eye Dao Palace. Beneath the illumination of the Davik Eye, the energy flow within the bone giant became absolutely clear down to the minutest detail. Lin Ming could see every weakness, every point where the fusion was incomplete. The Mixed Legion was nothing but a hastily crafted force, and their coordination couldn't be considered spectacular. Beneath the gaze of Lin Ming's Davik Eye, numerous weaknesses were exposed. Lin Ming grasped the Black Dragon Spear and impacted forwards. His body turned into a beam of spear light that thrust into a point 70 feet below the bone giant's ribs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud bang, Lin Ming's energy flooded into the bone giant, causing the originally unstable energy structure to collapse. Soon, the entire bone giant caved in on itself. Many people were stunned silent. The battle formation formed by 100 martial artists was directly smashed to pieces by Lin Ming's spear strike. Just who was this person? This is impossible. The Holy Lords could not accept this. Although their individual strength wasn't worth mentioning, when their strengths all superimposed upon each other, even a half-step Empyrean would have to earnestly defend against their attack. Still, it had been easily broken by Lin Ming. He clearly saw the weakness of the bone giant. Someone cried out in alarm. He was unable to imagine how Lin Ming had instantly seen through the flaws of their battle array. They didn't have time to respond. At this time, Lin Ming had rushed into their ranks. Pang! A Holy Lord had his head smashed open by Lin Ming's spear, immediately dying where he stood. Then, Lin Ming erupted with energy. The strength of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace gushed out from within him. He was unstoppable, like a tiger diving into a flock of sheep. All that remained was slaughter. Lin Ming had already recently experienced 2 great killing scenes within the Akashic Dream universe and was now familiar with what to do. Moreover, at the Fallen God Mountain range, the peerless geniuses Lin Ming faced were far more formidable than these Saint Holy Lords. Who is he? Seeing Lin Ming instantly kill over 20 people like some unrivaled demon god, many people began dripping with a cold sweat. The vast skies were dyed red with blood and corpses fell like rain. Some saint martial artists already had thoughts of escaping. The martial artists of this mixed legion had mostly joined the war of races in order to find some lucky chances, but if they knew with certainty they would die, no one would want to sit around and wait for their death. You are courting death. Red Leaf attacked. He was enraged upon seeing Lin Ming slaughter his troops. As soon as he attacked, he did so with all of his power behind it. His body rose, growing taller, and scales appeared on his skin. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, making him seem like a bloodthirsty demon lord. Gotcha! His attack collided with Lin Ming's. The two could both feel the horrifying strength of their opponent. In the violent strike just now, Lin Ming and Red Leaf were both forced back. But at that time, 2 figures flew out from Lin Ming's inner world. They were Lin Ming's avatars, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. These 2 avatars had also changed their appearance, looking exactly like the current Lin Ming. Although their appearance-changing technique wasn't too exquisite, in the confusion and chaos of battle, it was impossible for Red Leaf to see through them. Red Leaf was panic-stricken. He saw 2 figures that looked exactly like Lin Ming rush out from within him and realized these were his avatars. But because he had just attacked, it would be hard to resist their strikes. Junior Apprentice Brothers. Red Leaf summoned the 3 other world kings. They recklessly hurtled forwards, but how could they be a match for Lin Ming's 2 avatars? A crazy and brutal collision occurred. In a single exchange, they were sent flying away, one of the world kings heavily wounded. The primal god villagers watched all of this in a daze. They certainly knew just how strong those 3 saint world kings were, but they watched on as this mysterious middle holy lord realm youth fought, his cultivation not much higher than Agu's. Fierce. A brilliant light flashed in Agu's eyes. He took this chance to rush forwards, grasping his long bow and using it as a sword to wildly slash forwards. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to assist Lin Ming. The bow's bowstring was sharp beyond imagination. It could even slice open space. Ah! With a pitiful cry, the World King that had just been heavily wounded by Lin Ming was sneak attacked by Agu. One of his legs had been chopped off. "You're looking to die." This World King turned to strike Agu. But Agu wasn't much weaker than an ordinary World King to begin with, and this enemy was already exhausted. He easily avoided the strike. "The one dying is you." Agu launched another brutal attack. The World King was not his opponent and was forced to retreat again and again in defeat. "Run!" someone cried, horrified. This was a peerless death god. They had no idea where this person came from and why he had infiltrated their legion. This was only one of the legion's subordinate to Empyrean White Heaven, and all they were attacking was a small village of the primal god race. This strange youth was so strong, so why would he have been bored enough to meddle in such trivial matters, deliberately infiltrating this unit and launching an ambush to save a village? Dozens of holy lords shot into the skies. They began to bombard the enchantment that Lin Ming had laid down. For a time, brilliant divine lights lit up the heavens. With loud rumbling sounds, the enchantment violently shook. A massive stone gate appeared within the enchantment, resisting over 90% of the attacks. This stone gate was ancient and boundless. It was the Primordius Gate. The Primordius Gate possessed only ordinary striking power, but its defensive capabilities were outstanding. Using it to stabilize the enchantment was the best choice. The Saint martial artists launched a barrage of attacks. But the Primordius Gate withstood the majority of them and remained steadfast no matter what struck it. Around the Primordius Gate, many Azura runes intensely sparkled. The light of these runes dimmed, but they never disappeared. Faintly, it was like a bit of the concept of existence had fused into these Azura runes. The runes drew in energy from their surroundings, glowing brighter and dimming, but never disappearing. How can it be so solid? Many people were left flustered with panic. At this life-or-death moment, they had abandoned their attempts to attack Lin Ming but still couldn't manage to break open this enchantment. "Combine your attacks with an array," someone shouted out. They gathered their energies once more, forming the Saint's Blood Array and summoning the Bone Giant again. But the moment that the Bone Giant appeared, its every weakness was seized by Lin Ming's Davic Eye. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder flashed, smashing into the mystical strength of the bones. It was like an endless hail of thunder crashing down onto the Bone Giant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of collisions occurred in a single breath of time. The entire Bone Giant was blown apart. Lin Ming wouldn't allow the Bone Giant to freely attack the enchantment. Although the Bone Giant was filled with weaknesses, its striking power was considerable. His enchantment might not be able to resist it. "Die!" Lin Ming bellowed with killing intent. Between his eyebrows, the Davic Eye Dao Palace shimmered, completely locking down the image of Red Leaf. All of Red Leaf's weaknesses were seen through by Lin Ming. Life and death samsara. In order to bring the battle to the fastest conclusion and prevent any accidents from occurring, when Lin Ming thrust out his spear, he also used the power of the Golden Pages. These were the results of grasping the principles atop the Fallen God Mountain Range's shrine platform. For a time, horrifying life and death laws enveloped Red Leaf. Red Leaf suddenly shook and his eyes turned misty and confused. It was like he had fallen into an incomparably long river of time, the years rapidly passing by around him. Death energy spread through his body. He could feel his own mortal body decay and his fires of life fade away. Puff! Red Leaf heard a light popping sound and then felt something cold in his chest. The confusing and befuddling haze disappeared and his field of vision became clear once more. As it did, he saw Lin Ming right in front of him with an indifferent expression, and the black dragon spear already piercing through his heart. Chapter 1866, God Race Headquarters. The moment that his heart was pierced, Redleaf's face distorted. He grabbed the black dragon spear, his body violently shaking as horror filled his eyes. The powerful strength of a saint's mortal body didn't allow him to immediately die. But he wished he could immediately die, because a feeling more terrifying than death had enveloped him. He could feel a horrifying power swallow up his soul and the fires of his life. His entire body was flooded with death energy as his life rapidly faded from him. His hair lost all luster and the sockets of his eyes caved in, his entire body was rapidly decaying. The process of a mortal decaying over years was instantly reduced to a mere several breaths of time. Like this, Redleaf, beneath the black dragon spear, was turned into a bag of bones. Pa pa pa. The bones fell down, crumbling to bits in the skies. As they landed on the ground, they collapsed into ashes that were then blown away by the wind without leaving anything behind. Seeing this scene, even Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the concept of death that he had comprehended from the Fallen God mountain range and then verified through the Golden Pages. This was the first time he had used it. A great world king who was part of the saint race, which was renowned for their formidable bodies, had not only been killed in several breaths of time but even the mortal body they tempered for so long had decayed to ashes that vanished into the air. If he could obtain the Black Book and complete the Holy Scripture, the power of his life and death samsara would reach unimaginable heights. As the one using this move, even Lin Ming was shocked. As for the others, they were all drenched in horrified sweat. The saint martial artists present were well aware of how strong Redleaf had been. Even among great world kings, he was in the upper echelons in terms of strength. Yet, he had been slain by Lin Ming without even bones remaining. His cultivation is just a small boundary higher than mine, so how could he? Aga grasped his bow, unsure of what to say. As a royal of the god race, he had held absolute self-confidence about his talent within his heart. Amongst his contemporaries, there were few that could stand on equal footing with him. At the early Holy Lord realm he was able to defend against ordinary world kings, and that was already an amazing feat, but compared to this mysterious saint youth in front of him, his strength was nothing at all. He was well aware that this saint youth's moves and the strength he displayed had all manifested through the power of a middle Holy Lord, without passing it at all. The only possibility would be if he were an extreme Empyrean that was deliberately suppressing their strength to fight. But why would an extreme Empyrean be so bored as to do this, and not directly use their Empyrean-level strength to kill off everyone instead of acting in such a farce? Wait, wait. Seeing Lin Ming raise the black dragon spear and step onto the void once more, approaching them, the saint martial artists were scared out of their wits. Two world kings faced Lin Ming, their complexions pale. You, who are you, what do you want? We'll do anything you wish, so please don't kill us. The saint world king said with shivering voices. Lin Ming indifferently looked at these saint martial artists. You invaded this god race village. When you invaded other races, did you ever think that their lives were as valuable as your own? As Lin Ming spoke, his murderous intent had locked onto all the saint martial artists. Forced back by Lin Ming's killing intent, a world king grit his teeth and shouted, "Scatter in different directions. Break through the enchantment." As soon as he spoke, the world king flew up, impacting towards the enchantment. Astral essence crazily revolved around his body and he wildly combusted his blood essence. He wanted to use his own body to shatter the enchantment. And following right behind this world king, many other saint martial artists chose to burn their blood essence together. In a life or death moment, all of these saint martial artists had gone crazy, possessed by their panic. Compared to their lives, what could burning their blood essence be considered as? But even though they burned their blood essence together, none of them dared to attack Lin Ming but instead focused on bombarding the enchantment that locked in the void. If they could break past it and run outside, then with so many holy lords fleeing in different directions it would be impossible for Lin Ming to catch them all no matter how powerful he was. All of you are staying behind. Lin Ming's voice was chilling, seeped with carnage.
He and his two avatars struck together. Even Red Leaf wasn't Lin Ming's opponent, much less these Saint Holy Lords. This was nothing but a one-sided massacre. None of them could contend with Lin Ming. Even Red Leaf's junior apprentice brothers, the World King powerhouses, were instantly slain by Lin Ming. This is... Seeing blood dye the blue skies, Agu paled. Lin Ming was slaughtering people who didn't possess any power to resist him, but he didn't show any leniency at all. He was a cold-blooded death god. Agu had seen these saint martial artists slaughter his fellow god race members. At that time, Agu wished he could kill them all without reserve. But now, as he saw these saint martial artists exterminated in large swathes by Lin Ming without any chances of resisting, he found he couldn't bear this scene. Although he was powerful, he couldn't be like Lin Ming and stain his hands red with blood. In the face of this absolutely ruthless massacre, he found it hard to calm his heart. "What are you thinking?" At this time, an indifferent voice echoed from behind Agu. Spooked, he immediately turned around. The black-clothed Lin Ming was standing behind him, his hand grasping the black dragon spear. Although the spear shaft wasn't stained with blood, Lin Ming's clothes were dyed crimson. The Legion of Saints had been thoroughly annihilated by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had even used the concept of life to scan the entire battlefield. As long as he sensed the aura of a person, he would kill them, lest there be a single clue of his presence remaining. And nothing. Agu gripped his long bow and backed away from Lin Ming, caution in his eyes. Even now he didn't know what Lin Ming's goal was or why he had saved them. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. If you allow a single one of them to escape, your village will suffer total destruction. The moment they stepped out of this world, they would have immediately used a sound transmission jade slip to send news of what happened, and the next time they attacked to destroy this village, the one they sent would have been a half-step Empyrean or even a true Empyrean. At that time, both you and I would die. The mission of annihilating a little village wouldn't alarm an Empyrean. But because of the unique existence of Lin Ming, alarming an Empyrean would be the least of the troubles. I know. I'm sorry. For Agu's life, he had mostly fought with the vicious beasts of the primeval universe. As for the number of times he had killed people, there were actually considerably few moments. He knew that Lin Ming's rebuke was completely reasonable, and he also realized that Lin Ming didn't have any dark intentions towards him. Agu hesitated for a moment and probingly asked, You aren't a saint martial artist?" Agu felt that Lin Ming's techniques and combat methods were different from those of the saints. "I'm not." Lin Ming shook his head. "My race is the same as yours, invaded by the saints. I want to see the leaders of your primal god race. Could you open the way for me?" Lin Ming asked, getting straight to the point. If he wanted to enter the headquarters of the primal god race, he would need people guiding him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find it. And even if he did find it, he wouldn't be able to enter. "You want to see the leaders of the god race?" Agu looked at Lin Ming, a stunned expression on his face. The headquarters of the god race was one of the greatest secrets of the god race. It involved the life or death of their god race as well as the decrees of the gods. Even if Lin Ming rescued their entire village, he wouldn't be so muddled as to lead him there. After thinking for some time, Agu said, "I will inform a special messenger from headquarters to have them come see you." Chapter 1867, The Goddess's Necklace. After the invasion of Red Leaf, Agu had no choice but to relocate the village. Their position had been discovered and a legion had been sent to exterminate them, but in the end they were the ones destroyed. They would have to leave before reinforcements came. Just who are you?" In the void, a middle-aged man in golden war armor stood in front of Lin Ming. He was the messenger from headquarters that Agu spoke of. If Lin Ming wanted to enter the god race headquarters, he would first have to obtain this person's trust. To lead someone of unknown origin into their headquarters was undoubtedly a dangerous and foolish action. "I am from the human race and wish to see the leader of the god race." As Lin Ming spoke,
he had already lifted his disguise. Going to the God Race headquarters, there was sure to be a number of detections cast on him.
An appearance-changing technique wouldn't be able to deceive these people.
Seeing Lin Ming's appearance, the God Race messenger was stunned, not expecting this in the slightest.
Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique was actually exquisite to such a degree. Human race? The human race located at the divine shifting heavens? It is reported that your people have also been invaded by the saints. If you wish to see the leader of my God race, is it because you want to form an alliance? Your explanation makes sense, but why should I believe you?
The golden-armored man stared at Lin Ming.
He had already listened to A Gu's description of Lin Ming and wouldn't underestimate this youth at all.
Lin Ming reached out his right hand and gently traced his spatial ring.
A necklace appeared, hanging down from his fingers. This was an extremely oddly shaped necklace.
The necklace itself was as thick as one's little finger, and the chain of hoops seemed to be made of some sort of iron, plain and simple looking.
At the end of the chain, a thick palm-sized metal square hung, an inch thick.
The center of the metal square had a hole in it that seemed to have originally been inlaid with a gem, but the gem was taken away afterwards. The golden-armored man was dumbfounded.
This
necklace was the one Lin Ming had found in the ancient tomb of the goddess in the eternal demon abyss, the necklace worn by Heavenly Empress Xianqing. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the necklace away with him the first time he entered the ancient tomb of the goddess. Afterwards, when he entered the divine realm and participated in the first martial meeting, he had pawned this necklace to Starbind Bank in order to purchase the Boundless World Pill. Afterwards, when Lin Ming obtained second place in the Divine Realm first martial meeting, shocking the world, Starbind Bank directly forgave Lin Ming's debt and also returned everything he pawned in order to build better relations with him. Now that Lin Ming took out this necklace, it was clear that the golden-armored man recognized it.
The man's complexion changed again and again.
He hoarsely said, "That is a keepsake of the royal family's bloodline."
"Why would you have this necklace?"
The golden-armored man looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in his eyes.
His reaction was severe.
Lin Ming said, "I and this necklace have a strange karma together. If I go to the God Race headquarters, I will naturally speak of my story in detail. If you are afraid that I will send out a message and expose the location of your headquarters, then you can block out the space around me and isolate my divine sense."
Lin Ming flicked his finger and the necklace was placed away. "Should we go now?"
The golden-armored man deeply gazed at Lin Ming and nodded. Chaos Star Ocean was flooded with black holes and dead stars.
An ordinary spirit ship shuttled back and forth within this chaotic star territory.
The route it took was extremely complex, passing through several space vortexes before transferring to another place. From start to finish, Lin Ming sat within the spirit ship, surrounded by an array formation for 100 feet around him. As long as Lin Ming's divine sense spread out beyond this scope, it would be immediately detected, thus it was impossible for him to remember this route nor convey information about where he was. After some time, Lin Ming felt the spirit ship shake, as if they had passed through some array formation barrier. He stepped towards a porthole and saw a massive white temple outside. In front of this temple was an incomparably magnificent and grand statue. This could even be called the largest statue that Lin Ming had ever seen. It was several thousand miles high and seemed to be carved from a small planet. It was unknown how many years this statue had existed for, but the surface of it was covered with dust and filled with the concept of endless years. Even so, every line and curve condensed infinite true meanings and an overwhelmingly strong will. And this statue was that of the Azura Roadmaster. Seeing this statue, Lin Ming knew that he had arrived at the God Race headquarters.
"Disembark." The golden-armored messenger brought Lin Ming down from the spirit ship. "In a while you will see my God Race's great elder as well as Heaven's son Morin." "Great elder? Heaven's son Morin?"
Lin Ming had no understanding of the command structure within the God Race, nor did he know what status these two people had.
A spacious and broad corridor opened before him.
The floor tiles gleamed. Lin Ming could feel that every floor tile was carved with array formations, each one possessing a protective function. These array formations were unusual. If a small sect obtained a single one, they could use it as the protective array formation of their sect to guard the entrance. Stood on both sides of the corridor were silver-armored god race martial artists. These god race martial artists all had an early Holy Lord realm cultivation, slightly lower than the messenger that had guided Lin Ming here. And Lin Ming could faintly feel that these god race Holy Lords all possessed the ability to jump ranks to fight, at least able to cross one or two small boundaries. At the end of the corridor was a grand hall. There was a row of thrones, and at this time there were 16 elders of the god race sitting on the thrones. Among these 16 people were both men and women, and the three in the center each had Empyrean realm cultivations. The others were either half-step Empyreans or great world kings. And besides these 16 people, there was also a god race youth standing in this hall. He had an ordinary world king cultivation, but his aura was as vast as a sea. It was clear he possessed an extreme talent. With the 16 sitting elders and the youth, there were 17 god race members here, all of them exuding a tremendous pressure. This pressure covered the entire hall. If a martial artist lacking in cultivation were to step into this hall, their meridians would buckle beneath the pressure and they would die drowning in their blood. As Lin Ming stepped in here, his footsteps slowed down and he frowned. Although he could withstand pressure on this level, he didn't appreciate it. This wasn't the attitude of welcoming a guest, but a method of testing him and weighing his abilities. Lin Ming was well aware that the god race was a proud and arrogant race. In order to gain their approval, one needed strength that they were forced to recognize. Name? The moment Lin Ming entered the hall, the centermost elder spoke up. His voice was filled with energy, leaving the ears tingling. Lin Ming looked straight at this elder. He had a wide bone structure but was actually quite thin. His cheekbones jutted out and he had deep sunken eyes. When combined with his long and pale hair, he gave off a macabre feeling. Middle Empyrean? Lin Ming judged this old man's strength as a Middle Empyrean. If so, it was impossible for him to be the leader of the god race. This was because when he spoke with Shang Mei had said that the god race possessed several peak Empyreans. If a peak Empyrean used the decrees of the gods, they could even pose a threat to a true divinity. The reason Lin Ming came here was to see the leader of the god race and discuss ways to resist the saints. However, Lin Ming's status was too low. As a mere middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, it was naturally impossible for him to see the leader of the god race. In truth, for him to be granted an audience with the great elder was proof that the god race paid some attention to him. My name is Lin Ming. Lin Ming decisively stated his name without concealing anything. It was highly likely that the god race didn't know of his name because the divine realm and primeval universe were completely isolated from each other. And indeed, there was no response from the great elder. The great elder asked, "You have a keepsake of the royal family bloodline?" "Yes." Lin Ming stretched out his right hand. A necklace dangled on his index finger. Lin Ming discovered that the moment he took out this necklace, the eyes of the god race elders brightened. They filled with excitement and fervor. In particular, the World King Realm god race youth present. As he looked at this necklace, hope flickered in his eyes. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. It seemed that this necklace was more than just a keepsake, it definitely had other uses. After all, if Heavenly Empress Xianqing wore this necklace in the past, how could it be some common object? This necklace is originally a keepsake of my god race. Now that you have brought the necklace here, you should return it to my people. Bring it. As the great elder spoke, he stood up. Lin Ming frowned. He held the necklace tightly. In the past, when he was at the ancient tomb of the goddess, the only reason he took this necklace was because he heard the voice of Heavenly Empress Xianqing. This was equivalent to Heavenly Empress Xianqing passing the necklace onto him. Afterwards, a remnant phantom of her soul had appeared and approved of Lin Ming taking care of it. Recalling this, Lin Ming was naturally unwilling to return the necklace with a few words from this great elder.
What?
Seeing Lin Ming not handing over the necklace, the great elder's complexion turned grim and he coldly said, "That is something which originally belongs to my race.
Is it possible you want to take it for yourself?"
The great elder's words concealed a sharp edge.
Lin Ming's face darkened. After all, whether it was going to the Spiritas or now coming to the God race, Lin Ming had expected that nothing would go smoothly for him. He was only a single person and his cultivation wasn't high either. In the face of a war between races, he didn't have any function at all. In addition, he was from an alien race. Because of this, trying to get the God race to take him seriously was impossible. Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to believe that the leader of the God race would warmly receive him just because he saved a small village. It was because of Heavenly Empress Xin Qing that Lin Ming wanted to come to the primal God race and repay his debt of gratitude to them. At the same time, he also wanted to use the primal God race to further delay the saints and give humanity a chance to breathe. But the primal God race didn't know any of this. All they knew was that Lin Ming was just a hairless little child whose cultivation wasn't even at the World King realm. In a race that possessed many Empyreans, wasn't it ridiculous to think that a mere hairless little child could save them? Still, even though Lin Ming knew he couldn't obtain the approval of the God race, he didn't expect them to demand the goddess's necklace as soon as he arrived. It was obvious that once they took the necklace, they wouldn't return it. It seemed that he had far underestimated the value of this necklace. "I didn't say that I wouldn't return the necklace, it's just, the reason I came to the God race is to see your leader. His Majesty the God Sovereign is currently in seclusion. You cannot see him, but I can stand in his place." Is this about forming an alliance between the humans and our God race? You only need to speak to me about this. First, return the keepsake of my people. The great elder directly interrupted Lin Ming. Although his tone was calm, his expression clearly stated he had little patience remaining. Chapter 1868, God Race's Forbidden Land. The God Race's great elder was a Middle Empyrean. As for Lin Ming, he was only a Middle Holy Lord. Between the two large boundaries separated them, and the second large boundary, the disparity between a great world king and an Empyrean, was a particularly devastating difference. In the great elder's opinion, him speaking so kindly and nicely to Lin Ming was already giving him more than enough face. But seeing that Lin Ming didn't have any intention of handing over the necklace, this caused him to lose a great deal of patience. At this time, the World King God Race youth standing in the hall walked towards Lin Ming and stood in front of him. He looked Lin Ming in the eyes and gently smiled, saying, "I am Heaven's son Morin. Friend, this necklace is extremely important to our God race. Since you have saved a village of our God race and you yourself are extraordinary, we do not wish to embarrass you. Return the necklace to us." Although the World King youth's expression was polite, his words held a veiled threat. Moreover, he couldn't hide the arrogance inherent in his bones. Lin Ming looked at this person, so this was Heaven's son Morin. It was clear that Heaven's son was a title and Morin was his name. This was an outstanding young elite of the God race. His talent and his achievements were much higher than those of Agu. "I came to the God race for my own reasons. You haven't asked me what I am here for, and yet you want me to hand over the necklace? If I hand you the necklace, should I just leave then?" Lin Ming mockingly said. "You came to our God race to form an alliance, right? About that, it is a matter we can slowly discuss. But before then you must hand over the necklace as it is something only we can use. I hope that you don't try to make us do things the hard way here." Heaven's son Morin spoke in a threatening voice thick with anger. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. "Form an alliance? My human race is in the divine realm and you are in the primeval universe. Just meeting once requires one to pass through numerous universes, so what's the point in forming an alliance?" "That is nothing but a nominal statement I made. The reason I came to the God race is not to form an alliance. As for this necklace,
The reason I have it is because I received it through the behest of Heavenly Empress Xianqing.
You all, could it be you wish to steal it?
Lin Ming's voice rang out full of energy.
Upon mentioning the name of Heavenly Empress Xianqing, the necklace in Lin Ming's hand emitted a dim blue light. The faint aura of endless time exuded from this necklace, making the heart race.
And this aura quietly swirled around Lin Ming, as if taking Lin Ming as its master. This caused the God race martial artists present to change their complexions. This necklace had followed Lin Ming this far, and with the bidding of Heavenly Empress Xianqing, there was the momentum of it recognizing him. Seeing this scene and also remembering Heavenly Empress Xianqing, the elders present felt their hearts skip a beat. For a time, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone glanced at each other, not speaking.
Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's death had been an enormous attack to the God race. This was because she originally had tremendous hopes of becoming a true divinity. And what the God race lacked now was a true divinity.
If Heavenly Empress Xianqing had been able to become a true divinity, then the saints would have rethought their decision to attack the God race, because the God race also possessed the decrees of the gods. Even if you received the behest of the Heavenly Empress, that cannot solve everything. This necklace belongs to the God race and you cannot use it, and taking it away is also useless to you.
In the past, the Heavenly Empress was unable to return the necklace to the God race, thus she charged you with handling the necklace. Now that it has returned, it isn't something you can possess. The truth is that this necklace concerns the war between us and the saints, therefore. I hope you understand our situation. Even if we must force you to turn your back on the orders of the Heavenly Empress, we still must take it back. Another elder said. His cultivation was at the lower Empyrean realm.
Once one reached the Empyrean realm, jumping ranks to fight became far more difficult. This was true even for the God race. While the God race could overcome a small boundary to fight world kings as a holy lord, when one became an Empyrean, it was impossible to jump ranks to fight unless one was a shocking talent.
Otherwise, the strength of Empyreans between most races was the same.
A lower Empyrean was a lower Empyrean, they simply couldn't overcome the gap to fight those higher in cultivation. Lin Ming looked at the elder who spoke, a bit surprised by his words.
He asked, "Then can you tell me what use this necklace has?" The elder turned and looked at the great elder, clearly asking for his opinion.
Seeing the great elder nod, the elder slowly said, "This necklace is in itself a true divinity-level spirit treasure, and its core is a heavenly god stone that is mounted in the center. Unfortunately, this necklace was damaged once, causing the heavenly god stone to break out from the necklace. You only have the necklace and not the heavenly god stone, thus it has no current uses.
And that stone is not in the possession of my people."
These words startled Lin Ming. He looked at the necklace in his hands.
At the end of the necklace there hung a palm-sized metal square that was an inch thick.
The metal square had a hole in the center. When Lin Ming obtained it from the ancient tomb, he originally thought there might have been something mounted there, and now it seemed his guess was correct all along. The great elder said, "If one can place the heavenly god stone into the necklace and repair it, then the necklace can be restored. Its name is the Chain of Calamity, and in terms of might alone, it isn't considered anything at all amongst true divinity spirit treasure. While it cannot directly change the result of a war between two races, the true value of the Chain of Calamity is that it is the key to open the forbidden land of my people."
"Forbidden land?"
Lin Ming asked, stunned.
"What forbidden land?"
10 billion years ago, my race's ancestor, heavenly god Azura, left behind a forbidden land that included relics and parts of his inheritance. Heavenly god Azura left behind teachings to his people. According to these teachings, the Chain of Calamity can be used to open the forbidden land when a great calamity appears. What the great elder spoke of was a secret of the primal god race.
Many god race people didn't know of it.
During the vast period of 10 billion years, the primal god race had experienced more than one calamity, and the forbidden land had been opened before. But it seemed that every time the forbidden land was opened, the situation within was different, so no one knew what to expect.
From within. Heavenly God Azura? Lin Ming was bewildered. You mean the Azura Roadmaster?
Exactly. The Great Elder's answer was a bolt of lightning that raced through Lin Ming's mind. It was like something had electrified his heart, making his heart race.
This feeling was... Lin Ming's pupils shrank.
If the Azura Roadmaster's relics were located within, then perhaps. He didn't know why, but he had an intense premonition that the third Emperor Jade was located within this so-called God race Forbidden Land. The Azura Roadmaster had left behind 3 Emperor Jades, each representing one of essence, energy, and divine. Once one gathered them all together, then they could open the last level of the Azura Road's final trial. But obtaining these 3 Emperor Jades all depended on one's destiny. At the entrance to the 7th level, the Azura Road Master had left behind these words: 33 heavens, Azura inheritance, passed down to the unrivaled genius, passed down to the one with great destiny, passed down to the fated one. The word of fate, to be predestined or not, if you are fated, then even through the endless universes you will still find my inheritance, but if you are not fated, then even if your talent is unrivaled you shall never enter the gate. I left behind 3 Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. The Emperor Jades have spiritual powers, and if you are fated then they shall fall into your hands. If you lack faith, then no matter how much hardship you undergo to find them you shall never succeed. Bring the 3 Emperor Jades to this land and open wide the gates to the 7th level. Since the Emperor Jade of Fate was termed Fate, then in order to obtain it, everything depended on one's fate. The Emperor Jades contained profound and strange rules. If one was fated, then even if they didn't seek out the Emperor Jades they would still be able to inexplicably gather them all. Now, the reason Lin Ming had this strange premonition was because of the effect of this so-called fate. It was even possible that the Azura Road Master had already pierced through the secrets of heaven, and had used this to calculate his own destiny as well as the destiny of his successor. These 3 Emperor Jades might have been arranged in advance by the Azura Roadmaster, everything falling within his plans. The 3rd Emperor Jade, is it really in the God race Forbidden Land? Lin Ming's heart wildly raced. He gripped his fists, finding it hard to compose himself. No matter what, he had to go to this Forbidden Land. If he could collect the entire Azura Sutra, then his strength would rise by astronomical leaps. Now, return the necklace to my people. The Great Elder looked at Lin Ming and thrust out a hand. He had said everything he could say, and even explained some of the secrets of the God race. This was naturally because Lin Ming came to their God race with good intentions and had even saved one of their villages. Currently, he was already showing a tremendous level of tolerance towards Lin Ming. If Lin Ming couldn't appreciate this, then he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Lin Ming looked at the Great Elder and tightly grasped the necklace in his hands. He slowly and calmly said, I can return it to you, but I have a condition. I wish to enter the Forbidden Land. Chapter 1869, The Old God Sovereign. What? You want to enter my people's Forbidden Land? Hearing Lin Ming's statement, the Great Elder's complexion darkened. Since it was called a Forbidden Land, it was naturally of vital importance to the God race. How could they allow a human to enter as they pleased? Moreover, entering the Forbidden Land this time wasn't for youths to temper themselves, but involved the life or death of their race. A limited number of people can enter the Forbidden Land. Since it concerns the life or death of my race, those that can enter are essentially Empyrean-level characters of my people, the powerhouses of the older generation. They enter in order to seek a turning point to bring back our race from the edge of destruction, and it is not for youths to grow and gain experience. There may even be Empyreans of the celestial race joining, so there is no spot for you. The Great Elder didn't want to waste a precious spot. His refusal was clear. However, as Lin Ming heard these words, all he heard were loopholes. So you are saying that those who can enter the Forbidden Land are essentially Empyrean-level characters of your race? Lin Ming emphasized the word essentially. He looked at Heaven's Son Morin and said, since you say essentially, that must mean there are exceptions. Will Heaven's Son Morin be entering also? Lin Ming's words were needles that drew blood.
Heaven's son Morin was part of the younger generation, so what use could he play in the great calamity?
It was clear that he was entering to gain experience. Lin Ming's words caused Heaven's son Morin to scowl. He angrily said, "Whether I enter or not is an internal matter of my god race. It isn't something that an outsider like you can be pointing fingers at."
Lin Ming sneered.
"I may be an outsider, but this chain of calamity was passed to me by Heavenly Empress Xianqing.
It was I who inherited her request and I who brought this necklace here. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to open the Forbidden Land to begin with."
As Lin Ming spoke, energy spontaneously surged from his body. As for the chain of calamity in his hands, it faintly echoed with Lin Ming's energy and emitted waves of blue light. This blue light was similar to the light of endless years, bringing with it a simple and boundless feeling, as if this blue light had flowed from the beginning of time. Seeing this, the God race martial artists present felt their pulses quicken. They didn't know whether or not the chain of calamity had truly recognized Lin Ming as its master, but they could confirm that it was indeed absolute truth that this human youth had received the will of Heavenly Empress Xianqing. If you really disregard this human and ignore the will of Heavenly Empress Xianqing, it is hard to imagine what could happen.
If an accident occurs when we repair the chain of calamity. A God race elder sent a sound transmission.
It had to be known that this chain of calamity was a true divinity spirit treasure.
In ordinary circumstances, repairing a true divinity spirit treasure required a true divinity to do so.
But their god race lacked true divinities, and thus they could only have several Empyreans join forces and even use a part of the strength from the decrees of the gods to repair the necklace.
Old 3, your thoughts are overwrought.
The great elder shook his head. The Heavenly Empress once attempted to use the Samsara road to snatch back our god race's destiny and rid us of the curse that hinders us from reproducing. But the result is that the saints stuck their foot in and caused everything to fall into failure. Even the chain of calamity was lost in the divine realm. In this case, the Empress shouldn't have been able to find someone appropriate to return the chain of calamity to us, thus she was forced to choose this human boy. Heavenly Empress Xianqing exhausted every method and all of her strength in order to restore our god race, so how could she possibly allow an accident to occur in a matter that concerns the life or death of our people just for a human boy? When we repair the chain of calamity, the Empress will surely bless us," the great elder said with utter confidence.
Everyone also felt this was reasonable.
But the third elder frowned. "Your words may not be wrong, but the Empress was kind and this human has shown graciousness to our god race. It is unreasonable for us to directly refuse him like this. But a spot is too precious, and after deducting the spots that we must give the Celestials, we just don't have any left over.
How about we establish a qualifying test so that he can give up on his own?"
"Test?"
The great elder's fingers rapped against the armrest.
He shook his head. "Don't underestimate this human youth. He is an outstanding individual, and perhaps he might not be much worse than Morin."
As the great elder spoke, the god race elders present were astounded.
Some people felt incredulous, and even Heaven's son Morin slightly frowned. Heaven's son Morin acknowledged that Lin Ming was an outstanding young elite, but he wasn't convinced that the difference between them wasn't too far. Lin Ming was a genius, but he was only at the middle Holy Lord realm. As for Morin, he was a world king.
The difference in age and cultivation would both appear in a qualifications test.
Great Elder. Heaven's son Morin spoke with a sound transmission, but the great elder interrupted him.
"I know you aren't convinced of this, but we will not discuss this matter for now. First, let us consider a test. Old 3's words have reminded me of something.
There is one test that I believe he cannot pass, because he is not of the god race." As the great elder spoke to hear, he smiled. The other people immediately understood just what the great elder was plotting. Lin Ming's talent and potential were formidable, but in the end he couldn't change his race.
If a test concerned the god race bloodline, then Lin Ming would have to admit defeat.
"Lin Ming, if you want a spot, it is possible.
However, you must pass the assessment of my people.
The contents of the assessment are impartial, and if you cannot pass, then I am sorry for that. The great elder leisurely said, already crossing out Lin Ming in his heart. Lin Ming frowned, he had no idea just what they were saying with sound transmissions just now. As Lin Ming was thinking of what to say, the atmosphere in the entire grand hall suddenly changed. A vast but gentle sea-like power slowly swelled forth. The pressure released by the Empyreans and the other elders was completely washed away by this strength. This is, Lin Ming was shocked. This was a terrifying strength. He turned his head to see an old god raceman slowly walking towards him, holding onto a walking stick made of withered wood. This elderly man had long silver hair that shimmered with a brilliant luster. In contrast to that, his face appeared aged and his fires of life were fading away, as if on the precipice of death. Even so, he gave off an incomparably horrifying feeling, as if a universe were contained within him.
Your Majesty, God Sovereign.
Seeing the old man enter, the other elders all rose up in salute, deeply bowing in respect. As for the stubborn and unruly Heaven's son Morin, he knelt down on a knee, showing even deeper courtesy than the elders. For a time, the only one standing tall and straight was Lin Ming.
This old man was the god sovereign of the god race?
Lin Ming was amazed. As he looked at this old man, he wasn't able to distinguish his cultivation at all. But according to what Xiang Mei said, the god race shouldn't have any true divinities. In other words, this old man was an extreme Empyrean. But for some reason, the feeling that this old man gave off was even more terrifying than other extreme Empyreans, as if the entirety of the universe had to submit to him.
Since you've seen His Majesty the God Emperor, hurry up and kneel.
The great elder angrily shouted.
Lin Ming bowed. This was the respect one owed to seniors and elders, as it should be. Lin Ming's bowing manners were the same as the God race elders.
This caused Heaven's son Morin to feel ill at heart. His cultivation was clearly higher than Lin Ming's, and yet Lin Ming was standing while he was kneeling. Just as Heaven's son Morin was about to say something, the God race God Sovereign heaved a deep sigh. He looked at Lin Ming, a profound sorrow in his eyes as he asked, "You saw Xianqing?"
Lin Ming nodded.
He knew that the God race God Sovereign was asking him whether or not he had seen Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's corpse.
Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's remains were calm and at peace.
She was beautiful and vibrant, as if she had just fallen asleep. Although he already knew Xianqing had died, as the God Sovereign heard this news from Lin Ming's lips and that he had even seen her corpse, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart.
"Come with me, I will lead you to a place."
The God race God Sovereign looked at Lin Ming and then slowly turned around.
Lin Ming was startled. A place?
Lin Ming didn't ask where they were going, and only followed close behind the God race God Sovereign. He could feel from this old God Sovereign's body a deep compassion and empathy, and even a faintly heavy sorrow.
This feeling left Lin Ming's heart racing. He had never felt this feeling from anyone before.
Lin Ming left the grand hall, leaving the God race elders staring at him with a look of complete loss in their eyes.
Where was the old God Sovereign planning to take this human? Senior God Sovereign, you are Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's. I am her father.
The God Sovereign calmly said. After this, he no longer spoke.
The God race's Heavenly Empress was the same as the Spirita's Soul Empress, both were a title.
Without a doubt, if Heavenly Empress Xianqing still lived, she would be the next God Sovereign. But what a pity, she perished far too early. As for the current God race, Lin Ming had only seen young elites like Agu and Heaven's son Morin. If Heaven's son Morin was the number one young elite of the God race, then the God race was in a worrying situation. After all, their numbers were far too small. Even if the God race were extremely talented and everyone was a dragon, without a massive base population it was difficult to give birth to a true peerless character.
As Lin Ming thought this, he followed the God Sovereign through a series of corridors.
The further he walked, the more he felt he was headed deep beneath the temple. The God Sovereign's pace was slow. Although he was capable of crossing tens of millions of miles with a single step, transferring through the void as he pleased, in this temple he moved a single step at a time. As his footsteps fell on the dark ground, like muffled echoing sounds filled the air. Lin Ming felt that the deeper he went, the more ancient the surrounding atmosphere became. It seemed that no one had come to this place for a very long time already. The heavy and simple tiles on the ground were like thick history books that recorded the immeasurably long time that this temple had experienced. At this time, the God Sovereign came to a stop. "We're here." The old God Sovereign stood before a thick, ancient bronze gate. Behind this bronze gate, dreadful roars sounded out, filled with mourning and causing one's courage to shake. Soon after, there was a loud rumbling sound of crashing metal, as if an unbelievably terrifying existence was locked in chains. Lin Ming's steps paused. He took a deep breath. As this horrifying roar fell into his ears, he didn't know why, but it summoned an inexplicable sadness in his heart, an emotion he couldn't get over. The old God Sovereign pointed to the bronze gate. "Go and see for yourself." Lin Ming took a deep breath and pushed open the bronze gate. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he wasn't opening a gate, but a thick tombstone. Behind the ancient gate was a dark and isolated world, similar to a pitch-black abyss. Chapter 1870a, of the Heart. A chilling cold gloom rushed outwards. In this dark world, Lin Ming could see ancient bronze coffins.
These ancient bronze coffins were shockingly large and wrapped in loud clanking chains. It was unknown just whose corpses lay inside. There are 12 ancient bronze coffins altogether. Lin Ming thought, startled. He could faintly feel that within each bronze coffin slumbered a horrifying existence, but he simply didn't know what they were. However, what caught Lin Ming's attention was not these 12 ancient bronze coffins, but what lay at the end of these coffins. It was an incomparably fierce and hideous beast. This vicious beast had 4 thick legs and alarmingly sharp claws. Its entire body was covered in scales and thick black hairs grew out from its body, making it seem like some legendary demon beast from hell. Lin Ming could sense from within this vicious beast a smell of blood that was as deep as an ocean, as if this beast had taken countless lives. At this time, the horrifying vicious beast was staring at Lin Ming with its ghostly green eyes. Its 4 limbs and its titanic form were entangled in layers of chains. When Lin Ming heard the crashing of metal from outside, it was clearly because this vicious beast had been struggling against the chains. As Lin Ming looked at this demonic beast, he was inexplicably shocked. He didn't know why, but he could feel a familiar aura from this vicious beast, one that left him filled with disbelief. This is, Lin Ming stared at the demonic beast. It was wrapped in black energy, and this black energy was incomparably familiar. That is. Lin Ming looked at the god race's God Sovereign, his eyes filling with fear. Roar! At this time, the demonic beast let out an earth-shaking roar. The chains shackling its body tightened and emitted loud cracking sounds. A terrifying momentum rushed out like a surging storm. Even its saber-sharp claws that were able to rend the void reached less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. But Lin Ming remained motionless. He looked at the god race's God Sovereign, waiting for his answer. Then, the God Sovereign opened his mouth and slowly spoke, as if he were speaking from across the shores of time. Its name is Yuan Qi. Before he became like this, he once had a title. His title was Empyrean Primordius. The God Sovereign's words were like a bolt of lightning that smashed into Lin Ming's ears. For a time, Lin Ming froze solid, unable to summon any words. Empyrean Primordius? This was Empyrean Primordius? Lin Ming looked at the demonic beast. It violently struggled against its chains. Its pupils had lost their clarity and it lacked any intelligence at all. It wildly roared, wanting to break free from the shackles of the chains and tear Lin Ming and the old God Sovereign to pieces. How could this be? Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had already guessed that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died. Regarding this,
the Black Dragon sovereign living in the eternal demon abyss had been unable to give him an absolute answer. What Lin Ming was sure of though was that the corpse of Empyrean Primordius was not within the eternal demon abyss. But, Lin Ming would never have imagined that Empyrean Primordius, who domineeringly wandered the divine realm, nearly becoming a true divinity, would actually turn into such an appearance.
Just what had happened? Your Majesty God Sovereign, this is.
The God Sovereign shook his head, his withered face wrinkling like a walnut. In the past, Primordius was heavily wounded by the saints and his mortal body was ruined. The saints wished to capture Primordius alive and refine his body, drawing out the essence of the grandest spirit bead. But Primordius broke free from their siege and fled with his tattered body, finally escaping into the primeval realm ruins Dark Abyss.
Dark Abyss? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred.
He had no idea what the primeval realm ruins were like. It was said that this land contained countless lucky chances and innumerable inheritances, and it was the most important reason the saints were able to prosper and rise to their current lofty heights. The reason the saints wished to exterminate all the remnants of the ancient races was because of these ruins.
What sort of place is the Dark Abyss? Lin Ming asked. The old God Sovereign said, it is the most dreadful place within the entire primeval realm ruins.
It is a bottomless abyss of space and time. Within it exists a massive number of abyssals, cruel and horrifying demons of the Dark Abyss. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying these abyssals are. It is said that the abyssals were sealed away by heavenly god Azura and his rival, the master of the Holy Scripture. 10 billion years ago, the abyssals were responsible for the apocalypse that fell upon the ancient races. Whether these rumors are true or false, there is one thing which is certain, and that is that not even true divinities dare tread into the innermost depths of the Dark Abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was forced into the Dark Abyss, but because his mortal body was ruined and he himself was nothing but a lamp without oil, he was unable to survive in that land, let alone take revenge.
So in order to live on, he did something that no one had ever done before. What did he do?
Lin Ming looked at Empyrean Primordius, his heart racing with fear.
He seized the body of an abyssal. As the old God Sovereign spoke to hear, he let out a long breath.
Normally, when a martial artist seized the body of another, they would carefully consider the process again and again. First, a martial artist would make sure that the body they seized was far weaker than themselves, and their talent also had to reach the extremes. At the same time, all sorts of preparations were required in order to ensure that the spirit mark of the target was cleanly wiped away.
But even in such a situation, after successfully seizing the body of another, all sorts of residual leftovers would remain.
After all, the body wasn't their own to begin with. If body and soul weren't perfectly compatible with each other, then that would cause one's talent to drop and their cultivation to rise at a snail's pace.
If the will of the seized target was too strong and there were spirit marks remaining, these spirit marks would invade the soul of the seizer and cause a split personality.
For instance, the ancient devil that emerged from the Sea of Miracles hadn't seized Yang Yun's body in the past. Rather, he used Yang Yun as a chess piece and chose Lin Ming as his final target. But in the end, the ancient devil failed to seize Lin Ming's body. As for Empyrean Primordius, what he took over was an abyssal. In terms of soul force, mortal body, or inner energy, they were powerful in all aspects, like incarnations of demons. Wanting to seize their bodies was easier said than done. The old God Sovereign said, it is more accurate to say that Primordius fused his ruined body and soul with an abyssal, melting them together as one.
Now,
I fear that Primordius has lost any remnants of his mind and has completely fused with the abyssal soul, becoming like he is now.
He fused as one with the demon? Lin Ming looked at Empyrean Primordius, unsure of what to say.
In the past he had fantasized that because of some reasons, Empyrean Primordius had hidden himself away in some corner of the universe. Or maybe, when the great calamity erupted, Empyrean Primordius might appear at a crucial moment, perhaps even making another breakthrough and coming close to the realm of true divinity. Although he might not have been able to turn the tide, his appearance would have at least given humanity a chance to recover.
But reality was cruel.
A generation's peerless proud son of heaven had ended up with such a fate. Lin Ming silently stepped in front of Empyrean Primordius and deeply bowed. However, even though Lin Ming's body exuded a vague grand mist energy, the pupils of Empyrean Primordius were still filled with bloodthirst, completely disregarding Lin Ming's status as the Grand Mist successor.
Roar! Chapter 1870b, of the Heart. The shackles went taut once more.
The fierce and sharp claws were like swords, able to pierce through stars. They tore open space less than half a foot in front of Lin Ming. The tips of the claws almost reached Lin Ming's eyes. Looking at the bloodthirsty eyes of Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of bitterness. Although he had never met Empyrean Primordius before this, Empyrean Primordius was still an important master who had a tremendously important influence on his life. Lin Ming hoped that while Empyrean Primordius was in his most difficult times, he would be able to help him. However, in the end he realized he was just a useless and lonely person. Shang Mei's refusal, Primordius' fate, all of this left Lin Ming filled with a sense of utter powerlessness.
He cannot return to how he was?
Although Lin Ming already knew what the answer would be, he still asked this question with unwillingness in his tone. The old god sovereign shook his head. When Primordius took over the Abyssal, he was still able to preserve his logical mind and speak words. But afterwards, when his soul completely fused with that of the Abyssal, he slowly became how he is now. In order to protect him, I could only shackle him here with the dragon trapping cables. 100,000 years have passed. I fear that he has already forgotten everything of the past. All that remains in his heart is his hatred towards the saints. The saints took everything of his. They crushed his dreams and aspirations, and even killed the woman he loved above all.
The woman he loved above all?
Lin Ming was startled.
Is that Heavenly Empress Xianqing?
The old god sovereign nodded. Yes, the two of them once wanted to use the Samsara Road to establish the Grand Mist Samsara Tao, and then develop that into something that could stand on equal ground with the laws of the 33 heavens. And using that as the basis, they wanted to establish their own independent world, copying Heavenly God Azura. Primordius and Xianqing shared a common goal, and they were both peerless elites of their generations, thus they were able to easily match together.
They chased after their dreams, eventually falling in love with each other.
The old god sovereign's quiet words left Lin Ming dumbfounded. To copy the Azura Roadmaster, establish a separate heavenly Tao, and create a world. Just how great a wish was this? Yet, one was an unrivaled woman close to becoming a true divinity, and the other was a genius of humanity that possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead.
If the two joined hands, there was really a chance they could succeed. Perhaps even.
Lin Ming suddenly recalled Shang Mei.
When Shang Mei asked him to leave with her, was it also for this goal?
He and Shang Mei were similar to Xianqing and Empyrean Primordius. One was an unrivaled woman and the other was a peerless human who controlled one of the 3 divine artifacts of the universe. If Lin Ming went together with Shang Mei, perhaps they really could establish their own independent world and become existences similar to the Azura Roadmaster.
Unfortunately, he could not.
Lin Ming didn't know what feeling percolated in his heart. After a period of silence, his thoughts stirred. In this profoundly chilling land, Lin Ming could see hideously twisted words carved deep into the ground. It seemed that when Empyrean Primordius became a demon but was still able to preserve his mind, he had carved these words with his claws. It was the language of the divine realm. In these years, Lin Ming had already become accustomed to using the languages of the saints and spiritas, and now seeing the language of his home, he felt a certain closeness to it. But, the contents of the words carved into the ground were shocking, leaving Lin Ming speechless.
Just several words. Even if I become a demon, I will not regret.
These words contained a tragedy and sorrow that was difficult to describe. Lin Ming fell silent for a long time.
Become a demon?
Lin Ming recalled the first time he had stepped into the Road of Emperor and saw the words Empyrean Primordius had left behind, the masterless rivers of stars in the endless cosmos, I shall rewrite the infinite history.
In the past, just how daring and high-spirited were these words? But now, there was only sadness. And besides these words, there were also other characters. Moreover, there were many of them. They connected together in rows, also carved by claws. The strokes twisted like worms without any sense of beauty, but the rugged and fierce way in which they were carved left the soul shaking. Kill. 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 Kill all enemies. Hate. 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 Hate forever. I have become a demon, and I fear death no more. But once I die in this strange land, will my ashes return to my homeland?
Time to time clarity returns to me, time to time I am lost in chaos.
I know that one day I will devolve into a base beast.
On that day, do not kill me, and do not seal me away forever. Wait until the great army of the saints arrives, and let my demon body enter the camp of the saints, drinking thirstily of their blood, devouring my fill of their flesh.
Let me die heroically in battle. I have made a vow.
I will suffer the most bitter and excruciating pains in the world, all for a single chance to slaughter the saints and have them perish. Xianqing, if there truly is life after death, I hope that I will be able to walk beside you again, hand in hand, building our world of samsara, living 100 million years without regret. The writing became increasingly distorted, until finally it was difficult to recognize. Sometimes thick demonic energy was emitted from the words, shocking the heart. Sometimes they were pitiful and pained, as if recalling the nostalgia and guilt that Primordius felt towards Xianqing. Seeing these words, the heart quaked and the eyes became wet. Lin Ming stood there for a long time, seeming to relive the scene from tens of thousands of years ago when Empyrean Primordius was locked away in this dark world with dragon trapping cables, left to struggle with this pain by himself. After seizing the body of an abyssal, he would have to resist the soul-rending pain and terror of being invaded by the abyssal spirit mark.
Such a pain was unfathomable.
And originally, Empyrean Primordius had possessed a magnificent future as well as the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He should have been able to create his own history, but because of the saints he had lost everything and even his lover died for him. Beside Lin Ming, the old god sovereign quietly said, "Not many of our god race know that Primordius seized the body of an abyssal and is locked away here. I still remember the past, when Primordius was about to fall into depravity. During those brief moments of clarity he still cultivated the body transformation laws and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, all in order to temper his demon body and prepare for the final war with the saints. At that time, the pain he withstood to his soul cannot be imagined. And he was well aware that there would come a day when he wouldn't be able to persist. I once asked him whether or not he would like me to end his life for him. Primordius said that he had already expected this result when he seized the body of an abyssal. But he wasn't willing to die like this, because even if he fell into madness and lost the last traces of his sanity, becoming nothing more than a mindless beast, he still desired to one day break into the camp of the saints and perish together with the saint powerhouses. Many years have passed, and I often come to see him. He has already fallen into madness for a long time and lost all memories he once had. Now, the saints have arrived and started to kill my people and annex our lands. But I still cannot be cruel enough to unleash Primordius into battle. I know that once he breaks into the ranks of the saints, he will surely die in battle, just as he wrote. But no one would be able to recover his bones and his corpse would remain forever unable to return home." The old god sovereign's faint words were filled with inexhaustible grief. In a sense, Primordius was his son-in-law. Towards Primordius, he likely felt the same love as a father felt for their son. The old god sovereign let out a long breath and looked at Lin Ming. "Child, I can feel the same aura as Primordius emanating from your body. In addition with the chain of calamity you took out, I expect that you have gone to the place where Primordius fought and Xianqing died in battle, even obtaining their inheritance?" What the old god sovereign felt within Lin Ming was the Grand Mist energy. This was the only reason he brought Lin Ming to this place where Primordius was caged, and allowed him to see Primordius.
Lin Ming quietly nodded.
Child, pass me the chain of calamity. To repair it will require several months.
When the Azure of Forbidden Land opens, you will be granted a spot. Treasure it well.
As Primordius' descendant, you cannot let his legacy decline. The old god sovereign stretched out his right hand, and his fingers that resembled withered tree branches emitted a phantasmal light. His index finger gently touched Lin Ming's forehead, and then motes of divine light gathered there, bringing with them a warm energy. Lin Ming didn't resist. He could feel the essence, energy, and divine that was gathered within the old god sovereign's body, a power of divinity that also embodied a universal love and compassion. Finally, this light formed a mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. Lin Ming could feel this wasn't a normal mark. It also possessed protective properties. After placing this mark, the old god sovereign gently gasped, as if a little tired. It seemed that what he just did had consumed a considerable amount of strength.
Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Your Majesty God Sovereign, you. I'm fine.
The old god sovereign waved his hand. Child, I have placed the rune of the god sovereign within you. Now that our great calamity is arising, the god race is panicking in places high and low. With the opening of the Azure of Forbidden Land, many people wish to enter and seek out a lucky chance in order to protect themselves during this misfortune. Your arrival in the god race may have brought a sliver of hope to us, but you have also become competition to those in the god race. I will give you one of the spots, but there will inevitably be those who criticize my decision.
There may even be some people who act against you.
In my eyes, you are still a child. Although your talent is good, you are too weak. This god sovereign rune is personally placed on you by me, and will protect you from harm within the god race. The old god sovereign lightly said, as if this were a minor matter not worthy of mention. But Lin Ming was moved by these words. He didn't think that the old god sovereign would treat him like this. He remembered that even Morin, who obtained the title of Heaven's Son, didn't have such a god sovereign rune between his eyebrows, but the old god sovereign had actually marked him. Moreover, Lin Ming could sense that placing this god sovereign rune within him wasn't easy at all. The old god sovereign had given him and not Heaven's Son Morin this mark, and this was also the first time they had met. Senior god sovereign, Lin Ming wasn't sure what to say. Towards this person who had given him a drop of graciousness, he had to return it with an entire spring's worth.
Don't feel sorry.
The old god sovereign could see through Lin Ming's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "You returning the chain of calamity to my race is already a great favor to us.
Moreover, I can feel an extraordinary strength from your body. Your aura even surpasses that of Primordius during his youth."
Primordius possessed everything. But in the end, what he lacked was that last point of destiny.
Before he grew, the saints sent out numerous Empyreans to strangle him to death.
Child, let me give you a piece of advice. As long as you live, there is nothing more important than that, but if you can live, then you will be the future. As the old god sovereign spoke these words, he gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder and then turned to leave. Lin Ming looked at the hunched back of the old god sovereign slowly vanish into the darkness, an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. He could feel that the old god sovereign didn't have much time remaining in this world. The fires of his life were dwindling away, as if they would extinguish at any moment.
Throughout Lin Ming's many years, he had seen and experienced many elders who had looked after him as much as they could.
For instance, she who seemed icy cold on the outside, but actually deeply worried about humanity in the depths of her heart, Empyrean Divine Dream. There was also the one who seemed carefree and easygoing, but was stubbornly loyal and kind-hearted, Empyrean Vast Universe. But none of them were like the old god sovereign, whose heart seemed as broad as the skies and as deep as the earth, seemingly able to tolerate everything. The power of divinity that wrapped around his body was filled with a selfless love. His appearance was old yet kind, and his soul held an immensely profound wisdom and intellect. Such a person was naturally born to be a spiritual leader of his people. Towards Lin Ming, the old god sovereign didn't ask what race he was or what his background was. It was only because he recognized Lin Ming that he provided all the help he could to Lin Ming. The concern he showed was just like an elder taking care of a junior.
This sort of selfless sentiment was rarely seen even amongst the humans.
The love of parents could be called selfless, but that was because a child was an extension of their parents' life. To love one's own child was naturally how things should be, but loving the children of others was rare. As the old god sovereign left, there was only Lin Ming and Empyrean Primordius remaining in this dark space. In the darkness, Empyrean Primordius opened his ghostly green eyes that were bloodshot and filled with a hungering thirst. Lin Ming sat down before Empyrean Primordius. His entire body exuded the misty aura of the Grand Mist laws.
Faint traces of Grand Mist energy surrounded Empyrean Primordius.
Lin Ming galvanized his martial intent, trying to connect to Primordius' heart. In this situation, he moved forwards a step at a time, trying to approach Primordius. After being shrouded by this familiar Grand Mist aura, Primordius' eyes seemed to be a tiny bit less confused. The hostility that rolled off of him had reduced a little. Lin Ming held his breath, revolving his strength to the limit.
Black protective scales appeared on his body. He knew how terrifying Primordius was.
Although Primordius had lost his thinking ability, the body of an abyssal was incomparably powerful. After having its body seized by Primordius, it could be called a union of power and power.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps.
Lin Ming slowly walked forwards, floating in the void of the darkness. He had already flown within range of the chain's reach. If Empyrean Primordius were to suddenly move, he could attack Lin Ming.
Lin Ming's guard was raised to the max.
He stood a foot away from Empyrean Primordius, facing those terrifying eyes. "Senior Primordius, you may not remember me, but my name is Lin Ming.
I am your descendant, and I would like to help. Why? Oh, you."
Lin Ming silently sent a sound transmission, attempting to rouse Empyrean Primordius' consciousness that was lost in the soul sea of the Abyssal Devil.
He thrust out a trembling hand that touched the giant forehead of the Abyssal.
The abyssal forehead was icy cold and contained a dreadful killing intent. In that moment, Lin Ming used the magic cube, trying to connect to the spiritual sea of the abyssal. But the moment that the energy of the magic cube connected to the abyssal, Empyrean Primordius' muddled eyes suddenly bloomed with a blazing killing intent.
In an instant, it was like an ancient demonic beast had awakened within Empyrean Primordius' mind. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he rapidly drew backwards.
At the same time, he revolved his protective true essence to the limit. A giant stone gate appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Ming. This was the Primordius Gate.
Roar!
Empyrean Primordius howled and slashed out a massive claw with all his strength. The claw tore open the void and solidly struck the Primordius Gate.
Bang! A deep bass sound shook the heavens and earth.
Even though Lin Ming had drawn back at full speed, he had still been struck by this terrifying strength. His protective true essence immediately burst apart and his mortal body was forced to directly withstand this strength. He gave a muffled cough as both his arms shattered and most of the scales on his back broke apart, revealing ghastly wounds.
Puff!
Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent hurtling backwards like a meteor where he heavily smashed into the 12 giant ancient bronze coffins. The ancient bronze coffins seemed to be forged from celestial bodies, completely still.
As Lin Ming fell onto them, a resonant metallic strike rang through the air.
Lin Ming could feel as his organs were jumbled about and his bones broke.
However, the energy Empyrean Primordius attacked him with still rampaged within his body, recklessly destroying him from within.
But at this time, the God Sovereign mark that the old God Sovereign had left between Lin Ming's eyebrows began to emit a faint misty light. A warm spring-like energy gurgled into his organs, neutralizing the majority of Empyrean Primordius' tyrannical energy. Lin Ming slumped to the ground.
He ruefully smiled.
Due to that casual attack from Empyrean Primordius just now, he had taken a quick trip to death's door. Luckily for him, he was able to respond in time and was already prepared. With the powerful defensive abilities of the Primordius Gate and the protection of the God Sovereign Mark, he had ended up alive. It was good that Lin Ming's recovery abilities defied the heavens. Even so, he wouldn't be able to fully regenerate without 8 to 10 days of rest. He had used the magic cube just now to probe Empyrean Primordius' situation, and learned more about what happened 100,000 years ago. Because he had to use the magic cube, this was the only reason he personally dared to brave the risks. He didn't want his secrets to be revealed to others. It wasn't that he didn't trust the old God Sovereign, but the importance of the magic cube was too great. Even for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, who he absolutely trusted 120%, he still hadn't told them about this. Concerning the magic cube, the fewer people knew, the better. For an extreme example, if these people were captured by the saints and had their souls searched, the news of the magic cube would be revealed. After paying some prices, Lin Ming had obtained what he wanted. He deeply sighed. In these last 100,000 years, Empyrean Primordius' soul had long since completely fused together with the Abyssal. Wanting to separate the two with the magic cube was almost impossible. Moreover, whether it was Empyrean Primordius or Abyssal, both had left behind an incomparably formidable soul and will. Although Lin Ming had been able to strip down the spirit marks of souls in the past, those were for those that had died. To do so to living souls, and such powerful ones at that, was sure to produce resistance and a strong backlash. This was an impossible task. Lin Ming sighed again. Then, at this time, he felt something in his heart. At this moment, faint waves of beating life transmitted from his inner world. This beating life was intensely powerful, leaving Lin Ming overjoyed. He struggled to push himself onto his feet and took out a pitch-black egg from his inner world. This was the dragon egg left to him by the Black Dragon. He placed the Black Dragon egg outside the range of Empyrean Primordius chains. For a time, all of the surrounding Grand Mist energy faintly gathered towards it. The runes atop the egg began to shimmer, emitting brilliant lights. Empyrean Primordius' bloodthirsty eyes became confused once more as he saw this dragon egg. At the same time, the life fluctuations coming from the dragon egg became increasingly fierce. Lin Ming could even feel that the small life within this black dragon egg had taken rudimentary form. These waves of life fluctuations were its heartbeats. Chapter 1872, Primordius Heart. Seeing this, Lin Ming was aware that the black dragon would soon hatch. Of course, this so-called hatching process would take years. The hatching of a god beast was an extremely long process to begin with. With the black dragon egg following Lin Ming, it had already taken numerous shortcuts to get where it was, thus it only used a short 100 years to grow to such a degree. At this time, Lin Ming stroked the cold and smooth surface of the black dragon egg, not sure what was in his heart. In the brief moment when Lin Ming tried to probe Empyrean Primordius' mind, as well as combining it with what the old God Sovereign and Empyrean Divine Dream had told him, he could imagine what had happened 100,000 years ago. With this, he was able to confirm the reason and process of what happened in that great war atop the Skyspill world 100,000 years ago. Before, Empyrean Divine Dream had said that Empyrean Primordius' homeland was the Skyspill continent, and he also had an extraordinary link with the Skyspill planet. Empyrean Primordius cultivated the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao and dual-cultivated body and energy. As for Grand Mist energy, it was the source of all matter that eventually evolved into all of existence during the formation of the universe. In the universe, whether they were planets, stars, or other celestial bodies, they were all evolved from Grand Mist energy. If Empyrean Primordius wished to cultivate the Grand Mist laws to the peak, he would need to draw support from a celestial body and fuse it to himself. And the Skyspill continent, as Empyrean Primordius' homeland and in addition to the amazing link between them, was perfectly suited to aiding Empyrean Primordius with the power of a planet. Thus, the Skyspill planet became the starting point for Empyrean Primordius to form his own world. Empyrean Primordius wanted to establish his own separate heavenly Tao. That was, the Grand Mist Samsara Tao. At the same time, the woman that Empyrean Primordius loved above all, Heavenly Empress Xinqing, also wished to join him in forming a great world that stood independent of the 33 heavens. At that time, she had wished to use the Grand Mist Samsara Tao to reverse the cruel destiny of the primal god race, breaking free of the curse that hindered their ability to procreate and caused their decline. The two of them had enormous ambitions. Everything they wished to do was heaven-defying. But, the two of them had incredibly lucky chances that defied logic as well as talent that matched their aspirations and ambitions. They constructed the Road of Emperor in the Skyspill continent. In truth, this Road of Emperor was an incomplete divine tool, and the foundation for Empyrean Primordius to establish the Grand Mist Samsara Tao. The Road of Emperor was connected to the 12 Skysplit Towers and drew an energy from this. As for the killing rules of the 12 Skysplit Towers, the 12-winged heavenly demon, and so forth, they were all part of the Samsara laws.
In the past, when Empyrean Primordius managed the 12 Skysplit Towers, they had run in such a way.
Everything was incomparably perfect. If things continued like this, then with enough time Empyrean Primordius might really have been able to succeed. But, Empyrean Primordius never imagined that his sworn brother, Empyrean Thunder Punishment, was a spy placed in the divine realm by the saints. News that Empyrean Primordius possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was also passed to the saints through this spy. Because of this, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't hesitate to sacrifice his essence energy and even cause his boundary to drop in order to forcefully break through the god-lamenting wall and send a number of peak Empyreans and an army of saints to join together with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and bring down Empyrean Primordius. But because the god-lamenting wall had been forcefully pierced through and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's boundary had dropped, he seemed to have been afraid that Empyrean Primordius would launch a final counterattack at the point of death and try to bring them both down together. Thus, he didn't personally come. Even so, although the good fortune Saint Sovereign had temporarily fallen in cultivation boundary, it would still have been impossible for Empyrean Primordius to threaten him. But because the Spiritas were also greedily eyeing the situation, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to be extremely careful. He didn't want to add wounds upon wounds, thus he remained in the Saint Convocation heavens to manage the war. This war was incomparably brutal. In order to break through Empyrean Primordius Samsara Heavenly Tao, Empyrean Thunder Punishment brought with him a massive number of masters from the divine realm. With their blood and corpses, he sundered the incomplete Samsara Tao field that Empyrean Primordius had laid down. And following that was a battle between Empyreans that even included the entire Skyspill planet being pierced through. A permanent curse was left behind on the blood slaughter steps, and as long as a divine sea powerhouse or above entered, they would have sufficient energy to activate the curse and would be killed by the blood slaughter steps. This caused all life on the holy demon continent to dread this land. In the final battle between Empyrean Primordius and the Saint Empyreans with Empyrean Thunder Punishment, the result was that both sides had been grievously wounded. Empyrean Thunder Punishment died, and the numerous peak Empyreans of the saints also approached death. The great strength of Empyrean Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xinqing had completely surpassed their imaginations. However, when the Saint Empyreans were forced to retreat due to their heavy wounds, it was likely Empyrean Primordius had lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead at this time. He lost his love, lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and everything he had tried to form over tens and hundreds of thousands of years had been utterly destroyed. During this time, Empyrean Primordius fell into fathomless despair. He hated to the extreme. He wanted to slaughter his way into the world of the saints and kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign, using the good fortune Saint Sovereign's blood to pay homage to Xinqing. But with his strength, this was far too unrealistic. Moreover, what left him in despair the most was that he wouldn't even have the chance to endure the pain and cultivate, finally being able to take revenge. This was because at the time, the god-lamenting wall had yet to recover. The divine realm and Saint Convocation heaven were still open as before, being able to pass between the two universes. He could even feel that he had been marked by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's divine sense. Although this was only Lin Ming's speculation, he didn't doubt it. It was just like when he had been at the fallen god mountain range, only to be suddenly marked by the great Brahmic god king. If a true divinity possessed this ability, why couldn't the good fortune Saint Sovereign mark Empyrean Primordius? It had to be known that Empyrean Primordius had already possessed the Grand Mist Spirit bead for a long time by then, and his mortal body had been tempered repeatedly, making it an extremely precious treasure, one that was powerful to unimaginable levels. In a way, it was similar to the eternal soul which Lin Ming nearly had. In this situation, could the body-cultivating saints really give up on Empyrean Primordius' mortal body? Moreover, Empyrean Primordius' talent was too heaven-defying. If such a peerless character who possessed such a deep hatred for the saints was left behind, that would eventually lead to tragedy. If he were allowed to freely go, then perhaps in the true great war between saints and humanity, the saints would have a true divinity opponent. Thus, the saints had to choke Empyrean Primordius to death. Empyrean Primordius also knew what was happening, because he could feel the true divinity mark on him. Thus, after quickly leaving behind his inheritance, he made a resolution, that was to sacrifice himself. He was fully aware that after being locked on to by a true divinity, no matter where he went the saints would find him. Even his battle comrade the Black Dragon might die and the inheritances he left behind would be destroyed. If so, then his final hopes would be dashed. In order to preserve his inheritances and protect his Black Dragon friend, Empyrean Primordius had no choice but to break into the space channel that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had opened and rush into the Saint Convocation heavens. This was equal to entering the tiger's den by himself. As for doing this, he had already resolved his determination to die here. He knew it was impossible to return to the divine realm ever again. He didn't tell the Black Dragon of his departure, and the Black Dragon might not even have been aware that Empyrean Primordius had been locked on to by the divine sense of a true divinity. It was because of this that when Lin Ming returned to the eternal demon abyss again and asked the Black Dragon about Empyrean Primordius' whereabouts, the Black Dragon hadn't known anything at all. When Empyrean Primordius left by himself, he knew his situation couldn't even be described as 10 chances of death and 1 chance of life. Thus, he left the most valuable Empyrean spirit treasures he had, which included the Primordius Gate, Primordius Bell, and Primordius Heavenly Palace, all behind, for his future descendants to come and take. He didn't have the heart to watch the unparalleled beauty of Heavenly Empress Xianqing slowly fade away after her death, eventually rotting and turning into bones. Thus, he gouged out his own beating heart and placed it within her body, where it lay beating for 100,000 years. He knew there was no significance behind this, that it was impossible to revive Heavenly Empress Xianqing. But the reason he did this was to forever protect the woman he loved, to protect the final pure bliss in his heart. Until he died, he wanted those beautiful days to live on. Thus, when Lin Ming found Heavenly Empress Xianqing's body, she still seemed filled with life as before. From this point alone, it was clear how deep Empyrean Primordius' feelings were towards Heavenly Empress Xianqing. Lin Ming recalled the words that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. Xianqing, if there truly is life after death, I hope that I will be able to walk beside you again, hand in hand, building our world of samsara, living 100 million years without regret. These words, how much hate did they contain, how much unwillingness? After finishing all of this, Empyrean Primordius left. He concealed himself from the Black Dragon and brought his pursuers chasing after him. No one knew where he went. No one knew how lonely and tragic the road he had taken was. In the Saint Convocation heavens, Empyrean Primordius was naturally hunted down once more. It was even possible that those chasing him down had passed back through the space channel between the Divine Realm and Saint Convocation heaven. Under the besiegement and hunting of so many people, Lin Ming found it hard to imagine how Empyrean Primordius had crossed the Saint Convocation heavens and entered the primeval realm ruins. At this time, Primordius no longer had his heart, and hadn't even brought Primordius' Heavenly Palace, the Primordius Bell, or the Primordius Gate with him. By sheer willpower alone, he slaughtered his way into the primeval realm ruins, tumbling down in a shower of blood. Empyrean Primordius had long since chosen the dark abyss. Perhaps, before Empyrean Primordius had first started establishing the Grand Mist Samsara Tao, he had gone to the primeval realm ruins, just like how Divine Dream had gone to the soul world. Empyrean Primordius knew that the deepest depths of the dark abyss were a place where even true divinities dared not venture. He didn't want his body to be used by the saints, thus he hurtled towards the dark abyss. Following that, it was like what the old god sovereign had described. When Empyrean Primordius fled into the Saint Convocation heavens, struggled his way into the dark abyss and even seized the body of an abyssal, Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how much hardship and how many bitter tribulations he had gone through. Now, he had become a demon. All that was left over in his heart was a thick hatred, one that would last until the ends of time. After straightening out all of these events, Lin Ming could only sigh about where fate led a person. A peerless individual like Empyrean Primordius, who knew favor and gratitude, who had dominated the world, had actually ended up in such a state. How heartbreaking was this? The only thing worth celebrating was that Primordius' inheritance still remained, as well as the Black Dragon, and the protections he discarded also remained intact. This was likely because the saints didn't think that the inheritances of a single Empyrean could change anything. And as the lamenting god wall slowly closed, wanting to return to destroy them would have cost a considerable price. Chapter 1873, Chosen. In the darkness that was as thick as water, grand mist energy filled the air. Lin Ming meditated within this dark space. In front of him, the black dragon egg slowly floated. A trace of grand mist energy condensed upon the dragon egg, causing it to flash with a faint black light. He had already sat in meditation here for 3 days in this dark space, comprehending the concepts left behind by Empyrean Primordius as well as nourishing the black dragon egg with these concepts. But at this time, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He heard the sound transmission of the old god sovereign. The repair of the chain of calamity would begin soon, and all that needed to be done first was to settle the name list of those who would enter the Forbidden Land. Lin Ming stood up, leaving this dark space. The great white hall was vast and solemn. Looking up, one could see the endless starry skies, boundless and without end. In the center of this hall was a giant round table crafted of black stone, and above this round table, ancient runes of the god race shined. At this time, many people were already waiting in the grand hall. As Lin Ming walked in, he immediately attracted the attention of those present. This included Heaven's son Morin. His gaze locked onto the area between Lin Ming's eyebrows and his eyes began to turn red. This was because he saw the god's sovereign mark left there. The god's sovereign mark. Heaven's son Morin gripped the armrest of his chair and nearly stood up. But at this time, the great elder of the god race held him down. Great elder, how could the old god sovereign have left the god's sovereign mark on him? He is just an outsider, so how could? Heaven's son Morin had a complexion so ugly that it looked as if he would die at any moment. As the single greatest seedling of the god race's younger generation, he still hadn't received the blessing of the god's sovereign mark. Although the god's sovereign mark didn't have any tremendously useful function in itself, it was a symbol of status, signaling that one had been approved by the god sovereign. It's correct that the old god sovereign left behind the mark, but his blood vitality is chaotic, as if he has been injured. The great elder said from beside Heaven's son Morin. Heaven's son Morin was stunned. He looked at Lin Ming and saw that his situation wasn't too good. At this time, although Lin Ming's bloodstains had disappeared, after being struck by Empyrean Primordius, the wounds left behind were no trifling matter. Even his organs and meridians had received damages that were yet to recover. This brat, I don't know what tricks he used on the old god sovereign. When the old god sovereign led him away, I have no idea where they went or what he was given. Heaven's son Morin indignantly said, his voice dripping with envy. He was a direct descendant of the god race's royalty and Lin Ming was only a human, yet the old god sovereign had made such a choice. It wasn't just Heaven's son Morin who noticed this. Many others also noticed the god's sovereign mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. For a time, they all spoke in hushed whispers. This is the boy?
The one who brought the chain of calamity back to the god race?
The old god sovereign has left the god sovereign mark between his eyebrows.
Could it be that he is planning to give this boy one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land? Impossible.
Only 6 people may enter the Azura Forbidden Land. We must still give the Celestials 2 spots, leaving us 4.
That's not enough for the Empyreans amongst our people. Perhaps even Heaven's son Morin might not be able to obtain a spot. As everyone discussed, some spoke with sound transmissions and some spoke out loud. They looked at Lin Ming, thoughtful gazes in their eyes.
When Lin Ming arrived at the black stone table, he chose a position far away and quietly sat down. The discussions of these people also fell within his ears.
So there can only be 6 people on the name list. That's less than I thought. I wonder why the Celestials will be given 2 spots. The remaining numbers just aren't enough for the god race.
Lin Ming swept over those present.
There were 10 Empyreans here alone.
With a mere 4 spots available, there would definitely be no spots apportioned to them.
As for middle Empyreans or upper Empyreans, those that were too old, those that lacked potential, or those with insufficient strength would also not be chosen. The spots would only be left to the most powerful Empyreans with the brightest futures.
This was because they would be able to play a role in the Great Calamity as well as prop up the god race's future. As for the juniors, if any one of them wished to obtain a spot in such a situation, it would be incredibly difficult. At this time, another group of people entered the Grand Hall. These people all wore black combat uniforms and their skin was pale gold. Their eyes were deep and a pair of strange-looking wings of light grew out from their backs. These wings of light shimmered with strange runes, as if galaxies circled within them, lingering about.
Celestials. This group that arrived all had auras as vast as a sea, unfathomably deep.
Their eyes glittered with electric lights, each one possessing uncommon levels of strength. Honored guests have arrived.
We welcome you. A deep voice rang out.
The old god sovereign's figure appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been standing in this grand hall. A light happy smile hung on his old face as his deep eyes looked at the powerhouses of the Celestials. The appearance of the old god sovereign was completely different from what Lin Ming had seen before. The previous heavy sorrow had disappeared, replaced by an immeasurably deep aura, one like a stormy sea. However, Lin Ming could also feel a trace of something unusual from the old god sovereign's manner. The last time he had seen the old god sovereign, he had appeared aged and slow. In truth, that was the state that most accurately reflected his current situation. But now, facing the Celestials, he was in a completely different state. It could be seen from this that although the Celestials and God race were allies and partners, they also competed against each other. Not all of them were on good terms with each other. Tobague of the Celestials greets your Majesty God Sovereign. The middle-aged man leading the Celestials was vigorous and proud, like dragons moving and tigers striding. His bow towards the old god sovereign was neither arrogant nor subservient, and he immediately looked indifferent towards the old god sovereign once more. Although Tobague had a high status amongst the Celestials, in terms of rank he was far inferior to the old god sovereign. It was perfectly within reason for him to bow. At this time, Tobague's aura was as deep as a pool. It was far heavier than many of the god race powerhouses present.
Battle Sovereign Tobague.
As the various members of the primal god race in the Grand White Hall saw this celestial, a brilliant light bloomed in their eyes.
The Celestials were said to be headed by 2 sovereigns.
The Patriarch of the Celestials was their ruler, and as for Tobague, he was actually the strongest powerhouse amongst his race.
He had become an extreme Empyrean ages ago and had earned the title of Battle Sovereign.
With the invasion of the Saints and the deteriorating state of the battlefield, the strongest forces of the Celestials had still come here to the primal god race. It was clear just how great the importance was that they placed on the Azura Forbidden Land.
Without a doubt, the Battle Sovereign would enter the Forbidden Land. We greet your Majesty God Sovereign.
The other Celestials bowed together. 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were weaker than the God race. In even more distant times, the Celestials had been vassals of the God race. But afterwards, as the population of the Celestials grew and their talent also surpassed that of other races, they slowly became independent, eventually occupying a number of universes not much fewer than the God race. Now, although the destiny of the Celestials neared exhaustion, their numbers were still far greater than those of the primal God race. Today, every Celestial that came had an overwhelming aura, and they looked upon the God race as if they were equals. In the Grand White Hall, the several God race elders present had complex emotions as they saw the expressions of the numerous celestial powerhouses present. The primal God race of today was no longer the primal God race of days past. The Celestials had become the earth-shaking race within the primeval universe that could command the winds and waters, and in total strength, they were no weaker than the primal God race. And with the invasion of the Saints, the Celestials that possessed far greater numbers than the God race were able to resist the Saints far more effectively. This was the Celestials? The primal God race had to give 2 spots to the Celestials in order to resist the Saints together? Lin Ming secretly appraised the Celestials and soon found several outstanding people amongst them. Several were extraordinarily strong. They were clearly powerhouses amongst celestial Empyreans. Their 2 pupils blazed with brilliant splendor, and just by standing there it seemed as if the endless Tao beat from their bodies, causing space to shake. "I'm just a bag of old bones, there's no need to be so courteous," the old God Sovereign said with a smile. He lifted his hands and divine light sparkled in his eyes. "The restoration of the chain of calamity will begin soon, but before that we must decide on the list of candidates who will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. We have come here for that matter. Your Majesty God Sovereign, how many elites have the God race planned to send into the Azura Forbidden Zone?" Tobague said. "I have already decided this matter." The old God Sovereign still had the casually happy smile on his face. He turned towards the martial artists of the God race. For a time, everyone held their breath. All important matters of the God race had always been decided by the old God Sovereign. Only when the God Sovereigns decided to relinquish their authority on matters was it the turn of others to speak. But it was obvious that the old God Sovereign had decided who would enter the Azura Forbidden Zone by himself. Not to mention the absolute authority of the old God Sovereign that all others had to submit to, the most vital point was that the Chain of Calamity's God Stone was in the old God Sovereign's hands. This God Stone was even more important than the Chain of Calamity's main form. Without it, opening the Azura Forbidden Zone was nothing but empty talk. Tobague and the other celestial powerhouses were silent. Only Tobague's eyes twinkled, it was unknown what he was thinking. In the Grand White Hall, a pall of silence fell over all. The primal God race only had 4 spots for those that could enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. But there were more than 4 martial artists who met the required conditions. Some God race powerhouses knew that they wouldn't be chosen, but they also belonged to their own respective factions within the God race and those that they favored. They naturally wished to push these people forwards. Without a doubt, this would be an extremely difficult game. The silence was shattered by the old God Sovereign. "Then, I will now announce the names of those that will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. The first person is Shinku," the old God Sovereign said with an even tone. Just as his voice fell, the eyes of all God race martial artists present turned to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. A God race Empyrean, Shinku. He was only a middle Empyrean, but he was a mere 80,000 years old. He had a wonderful future awaiting him, and although it wasn't likely he would become a true divinity, becoming a peak Empyrean wouldn't be a problem. Second person, Lan Lu. The old God Sovereign spoke the name of another person, this one a woman. Her temperament was elegant and ethereal. Her cultivation was lower, only at the early Empyrean realm, but she was a mere 13,000 years old. Compared to humanity's war Buddha Emperor Sakya, she was only 2,000 to 3,000 years late in becoming an Empyrean. Third person, Daiwahen. The old god sovereign spoke another name. This person was the youngest peak Empyrean amongst the god race and was only 2 million years old. His strength was incomparably deep and he ranked amongst the top couple of martial artists of the god race. In truth, there was nothing to say about these three candidates being chosen. Many people had already guessed that they would be the ones selected. Now was the key moment, the fourth spot. Chapter 1874, God Decrees. The first three spots were basically impossible to compete for, because Shinku, Lanlu, and Daiwahan had a momentum that was far too strong. It wasn't difficult to imagine them being chosen. But the fourth spot was different, there were far too many candidates. Even Heaven's son Morin had a chance. Although Lin Ming looked down on Morin's talent, that was only because his level of judgment was far too high. Towards those geniuses that couldn't become true divinities in the future, he felt they were all SOSO. In fact, according to the current trend of development of those within the god race, Morin had high hopes of becoming a peak Empyrean. The title of Heaven's son wasn't in vain. But he was far too young and his cultivation was only at the World King realm. Even if his strength increased, he still wouldn't be helpful in the Great Calamity. Thus, he worried, afraid that the old god sovereign wouldn't choose him. And now the old god sovereign seemed to be particularly looking after Lin Ming, making him even more anxious. His Majesty God Sovereign shouldn't have lost his mind so badly to give such an important spot to an outsider. At this time, many people were sharing the same thoughts as Morin. The Great Elder patted Morin's shoulder, indicating for him not to be worried. The Great Elder also fantasized about being chosen, but he felt his chances weren't too high. The high-level figures of the god race were divided into internal and external positions. Internal positions were elders, they managed internal affairs. The external positions were war generals, responsible for managing the battlefield. The ones that the old god sovereign chose were all war generals. Elders, even the highest of elders, basically had no hopes. The last spot, the old god sovereign folded his hands behind his back, his profound eyes sweeping over the faces of those present. The last person is Lin Ming. The old god sovereign's voice was calm. This was something he had already long known about. However, no one else had been aware of this. Their reactions were intense. This was a single stone throw bringing up 1,000 waves. Lin Ming. Not to mention the god race, even the Celestials weren't able to conceal their astonishment. They were extremely familiar with the powerhouses of the primal god race, and those that entered the Azura Forbidden Land had to be the strongest powerhouses as well as those with the most latent potential. For instance, although the old god sovereign was powerful, his potential had come to an end, so he wouldn't enter. As for Lin Ming, he was clearly at the Middle Holy Lord realm and they had never heard his name before. The one the god sovereign chose, could he be a hidden bloodline descendant? The Celestials' battle sovereign to Bague asked. He looked at the old god sovereign with puzzlement in his eyes. But in that wizened old face, which looked like a well that had never been stirred, he couldn't discover any useful information at all. No, something's wrong, that youth isn't of the god race, but an alien race? This discovery astonished Bague. As for the powerhouses of the god race, they were no longer able to sit still. The invasion of the saints, the arrival of the Great Calamity, entering the Azura Forbidden Land could be called the final chance for the primal god race to resist the saints. Priority for such a valuable chance first needed to be given to Empyreans that could help in the war. And if a spot was to be given to a junior, that spot should at least be given to a genius of their own race. How could they give such a massive lucky chance to an outsider? After the shock came the anger. Your Majesty God Sovereign, I cannot understand this. An elder directly stood up. To question the God Sovereign was deeply disrespectful, but in such chaotic times many people couldn't attend to these formalities. I beg your Majesty God Sovereign to reconsider. Another elder stood up. The Great Elder and Heaven's Son Morin were forcefully holding themselves back from standing up. Heaven's son Morin's eyes had turned blood red and his fists were gripped so tightly that blue veins stuck out. He grit his teeth, holding in his words.
Other powerhouses of the primal god race spoke in turn, their words deeply sincere. But the old god sovereign only said, "Have you all forgotten who brought back the main body of the chain of calamity?" Without a doubt, Lin Ming had done a great favor for the god race. "Of course I remember." At this time, the great elder spoke up. "When Lin Ming first came to our god race, I was the one who received him, but these matters must be separated. Lin Ming passed through multiple universes to return Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's chain of calamity to us. This benevolence, our god race will remember. But it cannot be forgotten that the chain of calamity originally belonged to our god race to begin with, so Lin Ming was simply returning something to its rightful owner. To pick up someone's wealth and return it, isn't that just the correct moral action?" What the great elder said was absolutely justified. His eyes swept towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming only remained silent, not refuting this point. The great elder smiled with victory. He continued to say, "Your Majesty God Sovereign, our god race aren't those that forget favors or don't know how to express thanks. Regarding Lin Ming, I believe we should heavily reward him. The god race has many treasures, and these can be granted to him at will, and even ancient divine techniques can be wholeheartedly taught to him. But the Azura Forbidden Land was left behind by the ancestor of our people. In order to enter, one needs the accumulation of destiny. As a human, Lin Ming doesn't possess the god race bloodline at all. If he enters the territory of the Azura Forbidden Land, he will not be able to penetrate as deeply as the young elites of our primal god race. It is simply a waste of nature's gifts. And with the great calamity approaching, Lin Ming is only a junior with a middle Holy Lord realm cultivation. There isn't any use for him at all. The spots are limited. I ask your Majesty God Sovereign to please think carefully of this decision." The great elder's words were approved by many god race martial artists present. Not to mention those that had hopes of struggling for the fourth spot. Even those that didn't have any hopes of entering the Azura Forbidden Land didn't want to see a human like Lin Ming take away one of the lucky chances of their people. For a time, many elders stood up, opposing the god sovereign. Seeing this scene, the great elder was more than satisfied. His words were truly reasonable and matched common sense. They were sure to win the approval of the others. At this time, Heaven's son Morin also stood up, his voice filled with energy. "Your Majesty God Sovereign, if you wish to compensate Sir Lin, then I, Morin, am willing to help. My clan will contribute more than enough treasures." If he could enter the Forbidden Land, Morin didn't mind bleeding a little. Regarding this, Lin Ming only faintly smiled. The treasures of Morin's clan? To Lin Ming, they might only be dregs unworthy of mention. However, he didn't argue. He knew that with his current status, speaking was in vain. At this time, the old god sovereign straightened himself and lightly said, "I am only informing you of the decision I made, not discussing it with you all. I will not be reconsidering this matter. Those that oppose will be handled according to the rules of our people." The old god sovereign's voice was slow and meandering, as if he were talking about something immaterial. But no one could raise their voice to resist him. For a time, all the god race martial artists froze. The old god sovereign had mentioned the rules of their race. If they followed the rules of the race, then this was naturally the rule that said the god sovereign could not be disobeyed. This was no minor charge. Within the god race, the old god sovereign was kind and wise, loved by many. But if he became severe, he left people shivering in fear. Although he was old, he possessed absolute authority within the god race. No one dared to disobey him. One reason was that the other extreme Empyreans like Daiwahan were rocks that were found by the old god sovereign's sharp eyes and polished into the gems they were today. They had been personally taught by him. And the second reason was that the god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster were in the old god sovereign's hands. The words of the old god sovereign seemed overbearing and unreasonable, just like some petty tyrant. But placed within the god race, these words represented the highest command. No one could violate them. But
Heaven's son Morin was anxious, but facing the old god sovereign he wasn't able to summon any courage. The other elders also didn't dare to speak, even though the discontent in their hearts had accumulated to the maximum. For a time, all their hatred turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming could immediately feel each gaze, filled with hate and dripping with envy, lock onto his body. If looks could kill, he'd have died countless times already. Under the eyes of so many people, Lin Ming remained silent as before, without losing his composure.
seeing Lin Ming's performance, Tobagwe traced his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Indeed, this youth was extraordinary. However, this alone was surely not enough to have the old god sovereign support him to such a degree. There had to be something special about this boy. Your Majesty God Sovereign, you remain as wise as ever. At this time, Tobagwe stood up and spoke with a wide smile. It had to be known that even if the old god sovereign resisted all opposition and continued to support Lin Ming, although the others wouldn't dare to say anything, they would still remain dissatisfied with what happened. This was the old god sovereign overdrawing his authority. Perhaps even the old god sovereign's several apprentices weren't too happy about their master's actions. Battle sovereign, there is no need to exchange useless pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. According to our earlier agreement, the god race and celestials will work together to repair the chain of calamity. I believe that the battle sovereign has already brought those things. Of course. Tobagwe took out a small box from his spatial ring and placed it atop the table. This box seemed common, but after it was brought out it affected the surrounding laws, even causing tiny vortexes to gather around it. It was clear that whatever was in the box was extraordinary. From ancient times, the ancestors of my people have left behind 3 god decrees. God decrees? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he intently stared at the box. Repairing the chain of calamity required god decrees, and when fighting the saints, god decrees could also be used. The god decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, if used by a peak Empyrean, were enough to threaten the life of a true divinity. This sort of mysterious god decree left behind by the ancient Supreme Elders had far too many uses. If he had the chance, Lin Ming certainly had to observe what it was. He saw Tobagwe carefully open the box and take out 3 withered and yellow symbol papers from a bed of yellow silk. These symbol papers looked ordinary, even somewhat rough. The paper used to make them was strangely thin, and the runes drawn atop them were like wriggling worms that exuded an incomparably ancient aura. However, upon seeing these 3 symbol papers, Lin Ming was stunned. These were the god decrees? Weren't these divine runic symbols he studied at the Azura Road? These lines, these runes, they were far too familiar. Lin Ming was also familiar with the laws inherent within them. The so-called god decrees left behind by the ancient elites of the past were divine runic symbols? If so, then the ancient Supreme Elders that left behind their god decrees likely stemmed from the same lineage as the Azura Roadmaster. And the so-called Azura Roadmaster's god decrees were divine runic symbols drawn up by him. Chapter 1875, Smokeless. The 3 ordinary and wrinkled yellow symbol papers seemed to contain an infinitely enchanting charm, gathering the gaze of all the primal god powerhouses present. A strange light leapt into the old god sovereign's eyes. Inside, a black vortex seemed to swirl. A beam of black light shot out, lingering atop the pale yellow symbol paper. His eyes contained the power of strange laws. They were able to pierce through stars and gaze through the vastness of space, but upon touching the yellow symbol papers, they only shook a little before calming down. These really are god decrees left behind by ancient celestial god sovereigns. The laws inside can be used to repair the chain of calamity. The old god sovereign smiled, nodding his head. As the other powerhouses of the primal god race saw how powerful these common-looking god decrees were, they let out sighs of relief. The celestial powerhouses had smug expressions crossing their faces. The chain of calamity was a true divinity-level magic tool. After being damaged, the great Tao laws inside would also be harmed. And those great Tao laws were also of the true divinity level.
It was basically beyond the capabilities of an Empyrean-level powerhouse to repair it. Even if they used rare materials to bond the chain of calamity, in order to renew the laws within, they would have to use an upper true divinity-level God decree to make it whole once more. Repairing the chain of calamity wasn't a simple task. Every step had to be brought to the peak of perfection. First, one had to discern just how many threads of Great Tao laws within the chain of calamity were damaged, and then one had to extract the corresponding Great Tao laws from the God decrees, fusing them together with the true divinity magic tool to repair it. But in order to achieve perfect synchronization, the fusion process required a massive amount of time and effort. At the least 3 or 4 upper Empyreans would have to work together. In the primal God race, they also had God decrees passed down through their people. But the God decrees in the hands of the primal God race didn't have sufficient laws to repair the chain of calamity. That was unless they used the God decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master himself. But the Azura Road Master's God decrees were the greatest weapons the primal God race had to deter and frighten the saints. How could they possibly use them to repair the chain of calamity? In this sort of situation, the primal God race could only seek help from the Celestials. And it was because of this that the primal God race readily agreed to the terms and gave 2 entry spots for the Azura Forbidden Land to the Celestials. Looking at the God decrees, the God race martial artists nodded together. At this time, the old God Sovereign said, "If there is no problem, then we shall begin repairs now." Tobague hesitated for a moment, not answering. "Oh? Is there some problem?" The old God Sovereign's eyes looked towards Tobague. His eyes seemed as if they could see through everything. "My apologies." Tobague shook his head. The primal God race members were stunned. At this critical moment, could it be that the Celestials planned to renege on their previous agreement? "A situation has arisen within my people. Before coming here, there was a meeting of the high-level figures within my race," Tobague said, sounding a bit chagrined. "Get to the point." The old God Sovereign still had a kindly expression, but his eyes became several points sharper and fiercer, making it so that others didn't dare to look at him. Tobague took a deep breath and frankly said, "Everyone here should be aware just how precious the God decrees are to our ancient races. Using one means there is one less, and they aren't things that can be duplicated. For numerous hundreds of millions of years, whether it is the Celestials or God race, there were many superbly talented individuals who had given everything to research these God decrees. However, even true divinities weren't able to unravel their mysteries, as if something has always been missing. My celestial race has far too few of these God decrees remaining. With the saints invading the primeval universe, because of the bigger picture, we Celestials are willing to take out these 3 God decrees to repair the chain of calamity. This is a great risk to us. So, I hope we can obtain another spot to enter the Forbidden Land." Tobague's words seemed as if he were trying to negotiate, and one could even sense an incomparably sincere and friendly tone to them. But from how overwhelming his eyes were, the God race martial artists knew that this matter was something the Celestials had decided far in advance, and they also wouldn't budge on this issue either. For a time, the entire meeting site was stirred into a great uproar. Many primal God race martial artists felt suffocated within their chests, as if their hearts were being set on fire. Just what sort of lucky chance was the Azura Forbidden Land? And there were only 6 spots. Moreover, it was originally a lucky chance that belonged to the primal God race. For them to give the Celestials 2 spots was already showing them extreme favor. But they didn't think that the Celestials would try to take a yard after taking an inch and would ask for another spot. The conditions have already been decided beforehand. The God race elders angrily said. "I understand that, but when the conditions were drawn up, that was in a situation where the main body of the chain of calamity had yet to be found. That is something which concerns the previous generation, and at the time, the great calamity hadn't begun yet. Aren't the God decrees also precious? However, every situation has to be considered on its own merits. Now, the God decrees concerned the survival of my people. As for violating the previous agreement, my race will provide sufficient compensation.
Moreover, I believe that the juniors of my celestial race will not waste this spot. At least, they will be a far better choice than certain individuals."
As Tobagwe spoke, his eyes glanced towards Lin Ming.
Lin Ming frowned. He was perplexed at being suddenly drawn into this mess.
But, with his cultivation and also as a human, it was normal for him to be rejected by others again and again. He looked towards the 3 God decrees. Without a doubt, these were divine runic symbols drawn and left behind by ancient true divinities 10 billion years ago that were part of the Azura Roadmaster's lineage. And according to what Tobagwe said, these divine runic symbols could not be reproduced. This was because even if there was a true divinity present, none of them had the ability to use the Azura Heavenly Tao within the 33 heavens. Extrapolating from what Tobagwe said, they had always been missing a certain something. Thus, even if they studied the divine runic arts, none of them were able to copy the God decrees.
Tobagwe looked at Lin Ming.
Many others also turned to Lin Ming. After the anger that flashed over the God race martial artists disappeared, a complex gloating expression reappeared in their wake. Although the Celestials had broken their promise and slapped the God race in the face, this was a matter that didn't concern them.
The one that should be worrying the most was that young human boy.
Many people were already unhappy that the old God Sovereign had designated Lin Ming as one of the people to enter. But because they were overwhelmed by the old God Sovereign's pressure, none of them dared to argue this point. Now with the Celestials exerting their own pressure, if one person had to be removed from the 4 chosen, that person would be Lin Ming. Otherwise, the old God Sovereign's apprentices wouldn't agree with him either.
Now, how would the old God Sovereign deal with the situation? "Battle Sovereign, your conditions are far too much."
The Great Elder frowned as he spoke, but his tone was quite amiable. If this were before then, he wouldn't have shown such goodwill to the Celestials. But now that the entire primeval universe was facing a great calamity, they really did need to win over the Celestials. With the great calamity descending upon us, the God decrees are also important to my people.
If we cannot obtain another spot, then we would rather not enter at all.
After all, it is unknown what any of us can obtain from the Forbidden Land. With the God decrees, a single additional one will guarantee the survival of my people that much more. Tobagwe refuted, leaving no room for compromise.
He wasn't joking at all. And besides,
Tobagwe suddenly flicked his fingers and a mote of dazzling light shot out. The mote of light rapidly spun in the air, growing until it became a white jade palace.
The front doors of the palace opened and a peerless woman flew out.
Her figure was extraordinary and her face was shrouded in mystical light. Countless runes flashed around her like a storm of sand, making one unable to see her clearly. Her wings were shining red, like billowing flames. Her entire body exuded an unpredictable rhythm that seemed to beat in harmony with the surrounding world. Her cultivation was at the great world king realm. Celestial Goddess Smokeless greets the seniors of the God race. The woman's voice was like the keening of a phoenix. Every word she spoke seemed to be condensed from the true meaning of the great Tao, floating up and down in the void as they shined with infinite understandings. It was clear she was displaying her strength to its limit. For a great world king to expose their strength in front of a crowd of Empyreans, that was an extremely arrogant and bold move to begin with. But, this woman named Smokeless indeed had the capital to do so.
At just the great world king realm boundary, she has the momentum of an Empyrean.
Moreover, just her words seem to resonate with the laws in this ancient grand hall. This woman is terrifying.
If she has enough time, she will become a true divinity.
As Lin Ming observed this celestial woman, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Whether it was the God race or the Celestials, neither of them had true divinity powerhouses any longer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained passively taking the attacks of the saints. If there really was a junior with high hopes of becoming a true divinity, then this was unimaginably valuable to the God race and the Celestials. As the other primal god race powerhouses saw the strength displayed by this woman, their lips began to twitch. What Lin Ming saw, they naturally could see too. The Celestials actually possessed a junior with the talent and potential to become a true divinity in the future. It was no wonder that they requested another spot. It seemed it was all to support this woman named Smokeless.
Heaven's Son Morin tightly gripped his fists, goosebumps rising all over his body.
Without a doubt, this celestial woman, whether it was in strength or talent, was far above him. How hateful! I am already faintly inferior to that Lin Ming, but I've never truly fought him, so I might not necessarily lose. But now, I am an entire level lower than this Smokeless. I just cannot summon the courage to contend with her. Heaven's Son Morin hated everything to the extreme. Being the number one junior of the god race sounded glorious, but the old god sovereign hadn't placed him in his eyes. Even the god sovereign mark had been given to the outsider Lin Ming.
Smokeless? I remember now.
The old god sovereign's voice seemed to echo in the air. The celestial patriarch found you, a little baby girl frozen in ice, within a land of extreme cold. Your origins are strange, and afterwards you went out to adventure, but it was said that you died. I never imagined that when the great calamity arrived, you would return safely and your strength would have risen yet again. The old god sovereign looked at Smokeless and slowly nodded. How rare, after experiencing a catastrophe and not dying, you instead made a breakthrough. Your future achievements are without limit. In all my years, I didn't expect such an outstanding character to appear once more. The old god sovereign's voice was touched with a trace of sadness. The ancient remnant races had indeed declined. In the far-off past, they once ruled the entirety of the 33 heavens. Even if the saints and spiritas were added together, they had still been several of times stronger.
But now, they didn't even have a single true divinity. Your Majesty God Sovereign, what do you think of Smokeless? Does she have the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land?
Tobague asked with a smile.
Chapter 1876, Lin Ming's Request.
Smokeless, indeed has the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. A faintly happy smile continued to hang on the old god sovereign's face. The invincible glory that billowed from his body hadn't weakened in the slightest. Many thanks for the praise, Your Majesty God Sovereign. Tobague laughed, and the celestial powerhouses also smugly glanced at each other. The primal god race's old god sovereign had an extraordinarily high level of judgment. It was rare for any youth amongst the god race to be praised by him. But just now he had praised Smokeless twice. This was more than enough for the Celestials to feel proud of her.
Smokeless, hurry and thank His Majesty God Sovereign,
Tobague said to Smokeless.
He was satisfied with her display of strength just now.
Smokeless smiled at the god sovereign and bowed, then returned to the ranks of the Celestials. Looking at Smokeless, the old god sovereign nodded.
Very good.
These two words were brief and succinct, each word heavier than gold. However, the old god sovereign changed the topic. Of those that I chose, the child Lin Ming also possesses the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land.
His talent is almost the highest I have seen in my life.
The old god sovereign's words shocked all the martial artists present.
Almost the highest he has seen in his entire life?
None of them dared to think that the old god sovereign would use such words to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also dumbfounded. In truth, he had never exposed his true strength in front of the old god sovereign, so he didn't know why the old god sovereign had come up with such an estimation.
This judgment was just a bit too incredible, right? Your Majesty God Sovereign's assessment is indeed high.
Tobague faintly smiled. But he didn't believe in the old god sovereign's words. He felt that the old god sovereign couldn't back down from his words, thus he had forcibly elevated Lin Ming with praise. Between Lin Ming and Smokeless, it was obvious who had the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. Ignoring their talent, Smokeless' cultivation was far higher than Lin Ming's. In addition to that, for better or worse, Smokeless was also part of the ancient remnant races and Lin Ming was a human.
In terms of bloodline, Lin Ming didn't have any advantage at all.
Talent can only be determined through competition, but, what a pity, little friend Lin's cultivation doesn't seem too high.
There is no way to compare their talents.
Tobague's voice was faintly mocking, as if he were deriding Lin Ming's cultivation. If Smokeless was also a middle holy lord, she could fight around with Lin Ming. But currently, Smokeless was a great world king, an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming.
If they fought, wouldn't that just be bullying?
Let alone the celestial powerhouses, even the powerhouses of the god race didn't believe the old god sovereign's words, his words seemed completely unfounded. The old god sovereign was left speechless.
The current scene had left him in a dilemma.
He truly hoped that Lin Ming could obtain one of the spots. This wasn't just because Lin Ming had returned the Chain of Calamity, but because his talent was also extremely high. Moreover, Lin Ming was the successor to Empyrean Primordius and also shared a strand of fate with Heavenly Empress Xianqing. These were all reasons why the old god sovereign favored Lin Ming, but they weren't every one. Lin Ming was able to obtain the Chain of Calamity and pass through multiple universes to safely arrive at the primal god race, at the time when they needed to open the Azura Forbidden Zone the most. The difficulty to accomplish this, just how great was it? The old god sovereign felt that Lin Ming was fated to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. As if the reason he passed a trillion miles was all in order to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. With such a fate supporting him, it was highly likely that Lin Ming would find his good fortune within the Azura Forbidden Land. But now, the Celestials had hidden their depths and had revealed the miraculous woman known as Smokeless. Smokeless was clearly very young, even younger than the primal god race's heaven's son Morin. Yet, her achievements were higher than his. Her potential was infinite. The calamity has arrived, so how come such youths with unlimited potential haven't appeared within my primal god race? Perhaps the destiny of my god race has really come to its natural end. The old god sovereign silently sighed.
Your Majesty God Sovereign, have you made your decision? Will you agree to the request of my people?
Tobague aggressively asked. If the old god sovereign didn't agree, then they would have no means to enter the Forbidden Land.
The Celestials weren't trying to be threatening, it was also because the god decrees were far too valuable.
For a time, the eyes of everyone focused on the old god sovereign. Facing pressure from the Celestials, facing Smokeless' infinite potential, and with the invasion of the Saints behind all of this, if the old god sovereign continued to choose Lin Ming to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then he would inevitably have to bear the consequences of doing so.
His prestige would suffer a major blow.
Seeing the old god sovereign remain silently lost in thought for such a long time, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then stood up. Your Majesty God Sovereign, to discuss the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone before repairing the Chain of Calamity, that seems far too early to do so.
Wouldn't it be better to repair the Chain of Calamity and then discuss matters again?
Lin Ming said in a bass voice, his words thick with sincerity. For a time, everyone in the Grand Hall turned to Lin Ming.
Repair the Chain of Calamity first and then discuss the spots? Are you suspecting that even with my race's god decrees, the Chain of Calamity still cannot be repaired?
Tobague coldly sneered, if my celestial race helps repair the Chain of Calamity, what will happen to that spot? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign seems to have misunderstood. I am not suspecting whether or not the Celestials have the ability to repair the Chain of Calamity, but I'm only thinking of other possibilities.
Perhaps your repair method might not be the best method.
What? Lin Ming's words caused the celestial martial artists to glare at him in rage. The god race martial artists were also left speechless.
Could this Lin Ming have gone mad? As a holy lord, he was wondering whether the many celestial Empyreans possessed the ability to repair a true divinity spirit treasure?
Those that could help to repair a true divinity spirit treasure were all upper or peak Empyreans.
Moreover, god decrees left by superior true divinities had to be used. How could a mere junior think of questioning the process? Who gave you the courage to dare question us? How ridiculous!
Tobague's words became gradually colder. Because the old god sovereign appreciated Lin Ming, he had given several points of respect to Lin Ming. He could feel that there was something unusual with Lin Ming, otherwise how could the respected old god sovereign hold him in such high esteem? But as Tobague heard Lin Ming's current words, he only coldly humphed again and again.
This junior was arrogant to the point of stupidity.
On the side of the god race, the old god sovereign also faintly frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ming was thinking, but he didn't think that Lin Ming would do something muddle-headed like this. Although your words are stupid to the point that I don't even want to bother arguing with you, since you've said them, I will personally demonstrate the ability of my celestial race. If my people can smoothly repair the chain of calamity, you will give us your spot. As Tobague spoke, he placed the 3 god decrees on the black table. Lin Ming had already seen the Celestials' god decrees. These 3 god decrees were indeed left behind by outstanding existences amongst true divinities.
True divinity. In the current 33 heavens, only peak races possess them, and there were only a scant several of them. Even in ancient times 10 billion years ago, they were still extremely rare existences. As for outstanding true divinities, they were even rarer. Moreover, only the lineage of the Azura Roadmaster was able to leave behind god decrees. And with the endless flow of time, in the current age, the god race and celestials had an extremely limited number of god decrees in hand. The 3 god decrees in front of Tobague had been safely preserved for 10 billion years already. No matter how powerful a force field, no matter how powerful the laws, after such a long time it was inevitable that there would be weakening. From 10 billion years ago until now, these god decrees had already fallen by a level. The god decrees created by upper true divinities might only be as strong as those created by ordinary true divinities. Originally, in order to repair the chain of calamity, the truth was that using ordinary true divinity god decrees was more than enough. But as the power of laws within the god decrees slowly faded away, only the god decrees left behind by upper true divinities would work. After carefully observing these 3 god decrees, Lin Ming, who had been standing behind the old god sovereign, suddenly walked forwards. May I look at one of these god decrees? Insolence! The celestial elders were enraged. Human brat, you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. The god decrees are 10 billion years old, supreme treasures passed down from generation to generation amongst my people. They are incomparably sacred treasures. Moreover, each one has immeasurable influence within the primeval universe. Do you think you can look at one just because you want to? If you damage a single one, not even 1,000 deaths can make up for it. I only want to probe with my divine sense, I won't move it at all. If the god decrees are so fragile that they will explode by being touched by my sense, how could they still be used to face your enemies? I fear that if you took one out when you faced the saints, it would already be blown to ashes by the Empyreans or true divinities of the saints before you could activate it. Lin Ming's words were slightly mocking. The numerous celestial powerhouses angrily glared at Lin Ming. So many Empyreans were present, and yet a mere Holy Lord Realm boy was brashly talking like this in front of them. Wasn't this too improper? And at this time, Tobague waved his hand, quelling the anger of the celestial powerhouses. He looked at the old god sovereign first and saw that he didn't have any intention to stop Lin Ming, but instead allowed Lin Ming to continue disgracing himself. If so, then he didn't plan on giving the old god sovereign any face either. He sneered and said, "How interesting. If you didn't have one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then I wouldn't be bothering with you to begin with. Since you wish to take a look, then I will let you do so. I would also like to see what sort of mess you will make and just how you'll settle things then." As Tobague spoke, he pressed his hands on the black stone table. The 3 god decrees slowly fluttered in front of Lin Ming, falling 3 feet before him. The power of divinity gathered around the god decrees, slowly forming a black force field. As they agreed, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to touch them, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't pass this force field. Your Majesty God Emperor, what is he thinking?
Our god race will become a laughingstock to the Celestials.
The god race powerhouses didn't know what Lin Ming could possibly accomplish.
But the old god sovereign seemed to be tacitly allowing his actions.
Even the previous god sovereign wasn't able to perceive anything, so what can this human brat do? The many god race Empyreans were left speechless.
The god decrees had been passed down for so many years. Not to mention the ancient past, even just a billion years ago there had been a god race god sovereign who had broken into the realm of true divinity and had studied the god decrees, but in the end his efforts had come to nothing. And the truth was that he had used a 1,000 years to deduce many of the laws. These laws formed a self-contained system. They seemed perfect, each one mutually complementing others, as if there were endless possibilities in how they could grow.
But it was still no use. A perfect set of laws that couldn't be learned by everyone, that couldn't attack, couldn't defend, and couldn't even be used in alchemy or anything else. What was the use of it?
Thus, the god decrees could not be perceived nor could they be copied.
They could only be considered one-time use magic tools.
Every time one was used, there was one less in existence.
Chapter 1877, Repairing the Decree.
Lin Ming stood before the black stone table, a mere 3 feet away from the god decrees. He stood still, allowing his divine sense to sink into them. The celestial powerhouses all had thoughtful smiles on their faces. As for the primal god race powerhouses, they all had complex moods. They felt as if they were being seen as jokes by the Celestials.
What are you all thinking?
This Lin Ming isn't even a part of our god race. Even if he shames himself here, it has nothing to do with our god race.
Heaven's son Morin indignantly said. Let him be.
If he loses face, then that is the same as His Majesty God Sovereign losing face, but since His Majesty had consented to this, then there is nothing we can do.
The great elder said with finality before composing his mind.
And at this time, Lin Ming didn't pay attention to the reactions of the many powerhouses around him. He had already entered into the fused martial intent state, his mind completely focused on the 3 wrinkled yellow god decrees before him. In his eyes, a mystical aura began to gradually flow over from them.
He could see the revolution of the Azura heavenly Tao.
Faint traces continuously circulated within the god decrees. These 3 god decrees were the work of ancient upper true divinities. They were far beyond normal.
With Lin Ming's current level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to create imitations of them.
But just comprehending the truths within and polishing some of the flaws might actually be possible. After all, the laws were interlinked and Lin Ming had obtained the true legacy of the Azura Roadmaster. In particular, after he entered the ancient galactic battlefield within the Akashic Dream World, his comprehension of the Azura Sutra and his ability to utilize the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws had reached frightening degrees. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through Lin Ming's face. He could feel his divine sense falling into an endless black hole, as if he were being sucked in by the energy of the god decrees. The Celestials' 3 god decrees have eroded through 10 billion years of time, and sections of the great Tao that formed them have been damaged. Thus, in the lines, there are energy black holes that swallow my divine sense. Understanding what was happening, Lin Ming didn't take back his sense. Instead, he allowed it to revolve around the energy black hole, constantly deducing how to repair it. These are true divinity-level god decrees after all. My ability is lacking, but I should be able to unravel some of the laws. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly bright. Without noticing it, over an hour had passed. To the martial artists present, this amount of time wasn't anything at all. Since they believed Lin Ming was playing games with them, they started to become impatient. Your Majesty Battle Sovereign, how long will we continue waiting? Smokeless asked. She wasn't impatient, but she simply felt that for so many powerhouses to surround a junior and watch him play around with treasures and also wait for such a long time, this scene was far too stupid. And at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He looked towards the old God Sovereign and said, Your Majesty God Sovereign, do you have a God decree drawn up by an ordinary true divinity?
I would like to reference it. Lin Ming had made far too many requests, again and again playing tricks. Many people felt they were nearing the limits of their endurance. Looking at these 3 god decrees wasn't enough, but now he wanted to play around with the old god sovereign? The old god sovereign didn't refuse him, nor did he ask Lin Ming what he wanted to do with an ordinary true divinity god decree. He simply flicked his fingers and with a flash, a god decree flew out from his spatial ring, shooting towards Lin Ming. If a martial artist could break through to the realm of true divinity, that meant their talent was enough to overwhelm all, far surpassing all others in the vastness of space. There were few true divinities as it was, and upper true divinities were even rarer. Even in ancient times this was also true. Thus, there were correspondingly few god decrees left behind by upper true divinities. As for god decrees left behind by ordinary true divinities, there were many more of them. After the old god sovereign tossed out the ordinary true divinity god decree, Lin Ming grasped it in his hand. He placed it between his middle finger and index finger, probing it with his sense. A god decree left behind by an ordinary true divinity was far simpler. And at the same time, over the last 10 billion years these god decrees had also been eroded by time. The great Tao lines had received minor damages. As for the strength within these god decrees, a great deal had leaked out. However, a true divinity was still a true divinity. Even if the strength had leaked out, the god decrees drawn by a true divinity could not be compared to those drawn by an Empyrean. This was because the height of the laws was completely different. Lin Ming investigated this god decree for another hour. Many of the celestial martial artists had reached the end of their fuse. He's playing so many tricks. Someone derided. But, seeing that Tobagui was calmly watching without any worry, these people also silently waited. Let him stumble around until he falls over. At that time, I wonder if the god race will still fight for his spot. At that time the god race's old god sovereign won't have anything to say about it either. Thinking that they would receive the spot from all of this, many of the celestial Empyreans began to warm up with happiness. Of the 3 spots for the celestials, the battle sovereign would take one, and the second would undoubtedly go to Smokeless. But as for the last spot, they all had a chance to obtain it. Such a lucky chance, who wouldn't desire it? As all these people were plotting their strategies, at this time, Lin Ming suddenly stirred. He placed the old god sovereign's god decree together with the 3 other god decrees. The 4 god decrees were lined up together. At the same time, Lin Ming began to activate the Azura Heavenly Tao diagram within his body. The Tao diagram had been obtained from the Azura Road's final trial and had fused together with his flesh and blood. It was equal to creating a miniature Azura Road world within his body, allowing him to utilize the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws as he pleased. And most importantly, this Tao diagram had been personally created by the Azura Roadmaster, and the laws contained within it were the most primitive and fundamental true meanings of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. As the Azura Heavenly Array diagram began, Lin Ming's aura started to change, as if the essence of the 33 heavens Heavenly Taos was gathering unto him. Within his skin, his flesh, his bones, infinite Azura Heavenly Tao law runes began to sparkle, releasing limitless mystical strength. This is. In the Grand Hall, whether it was the primal god race or celestials, their ancestors were all from the lineage of the Azura Roadmaster. Now that Lin Ming suddenly erupted with the aura of the 33 heavens, they were left bewildered. This mysterious aura, as well as these incomparably familiar yet plain-looking runes, how could Lin Ming be able to use them? The most source law runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao flashed, as if they were the peaks of towering mountains. Each peak released endless light and a boundless might, as if a rumbling river of stars was surging into the middle of the God Decree. And the object Lin Ming chose was the God Decree the old God Sovereign had lent to him. As the originally silent and motionless God Decree felt the most primitive power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, it began to awaken like a great beast stirring from its deep slumber. With a loud humming sound, light shot out from the yellow God Decree. Each ray of light was as deep as a sea, shaking the world.
These beams of light seemed immensely powerful, but as they pierced Lin Ming, they went straight through his body without affecting him at all. As this strange scene fell into everyone's eyes, even those that didn't want to admit it couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had his own peculiar methods. As the power of the God decree was energized, Lin Ming found an opportunity. His hands traced exquisite arcs in the air, causing a wisp of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to change paths and flow into the middle of the God decree. The path of this wisp of light was unpredictable. The power of strange laws surged, heartily wandering within the God decree. What is he doing? Many people felt that something was wrong. At this time, no one dared to look down on Lin Ming again. They could clearly see that Lin Ming was carving a rune into the God decree. This was a God decree left behind by a true divinity? How could a mere holy lord leave a rune atop it? Lin Ming's 10 fingers flashed, his face solemn. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead and temples. As his understandings into the internal structure of the God decree became more profound, he became increasingly alarmed. A trace of his life essence followed along the ghostly path of the God decree's Azura Heavenly Tao laws. It was like he was continuously bumping into an endless wall of steel. Here, after a long period of time, he suddenly saw a trace of damage within the interior of the God decree. In terms of repairing divine runic symbols, Lin Ming could be called a veteran. His fingers slowly swiveled in the air as he formed beautiful runes that constantly marked the area where the law lines were broken. Within each path, an infinite number of changes was possible. To repair these divine runic symbols that had existed for 10 billion years already, Lin Ming didn't even need materials, because the materials were already gathered and readied, they had all been incorporated into the symbol paper. Everything would be fine as long as Lin Ming could rewrite the damaged laws. Lin Ming focused his mind, constantly deducing the Azura Heavenly Tao laws and patching up the damages. However, these were still God decrees drawn up by true divinities. Even a minor repair not worthy of mention required Lin Ming to use up a tremendous amount of energy. Not only did he need to thoroughly comprehend the laws, but he needed to supplement them with an enormous amount of the power of divinity. To Lin Ming, this was a gigantic use of energy. More and more sweat tumbled down Lin Ming's forehead. But at the same time, he continued to repair. The God decree emitted a brilliant light, blazing to the eyes and making one unable to look directly at it. Lin Ming's figure was enveloped in this radiance, making him seem blurry. What is he doing? Whether it was the martial artists of the God race or celestials, they were all stunned. Even an Empyrean couldn't understand Lin Ming or the laws he was using. Although they couldn't understand, they were still all people with extremely sharp vision. This light and the charm of these laws were not only mysterious but contained unimaginable truths within. What Lin Ming was doing, none of them could understand. Something's wrong. No, the power within the God decree is increasing. A celestial powerhouse's eyes popped wide open. He could clearly feel that in the blazing light, the God decree beneath Lin Ming's hands was slowly strengthening. That ordinary true divinity God decree was now slowly overtaking the 3 God decrees created by an upper true divinity. How was this possible? Could this boy have referenced our celestial race's God decrees to transform the old God Sovereign's God decree and make it stronger? Am I dreaming here? Tobague suddenly thought of this possibility. But this was a completely absurd conclusion, one he couldn't accept at all. Chapter 1878, New. The God decrees had existed for so many billions of years, and yet no one had been able to completely understand them, much less improve or copy them. But now, reality was laid out before them. Lin Ming had actually referenced the 3 upper true divinity God decrees to transform an ordinary true divinity God decree. This was simply incredible. Let alone Tobague, even the God race's old God Sovereign was utterly shocked. The old God Sovereign had lived for innumerable years and his judgment had reached a nearly omniscient level. He intuitively felt that Lin Ming was extraordinary. But no matter what his intuition told him, he never would have imagined that Lin Ming could repair God decrees. The light bloomed increasingly strongly, completely covering Lin Ming within it. The mysterious Azura Law runes danced in the air. Lin Ming's hands raced through the skies, the speed of his movements becoming faster and faster. Beneath the gaze of all present, the energy fluctuations within Lin Ming's God decree also became increasingly strong. In terms of energy, it would soon reach the 3 God decrees brought by Tobague. At this time, the celestial powerhouses could no longer sit still.
For the ancient remnant races, these God decrees were incomparably precious. Using one meant one less in existence. Yet, they could be transformed by a Holy Lord Jr.? The upper true divinity God decrees brought by the Celestials, ones that they were almost unwilling to give up, were now almost similar in energy fluctuations to an ordinary true divinity God decree that had been fiddled around with by Lin Ming. Didn't this mean that their previous protection and worship of these upper true divinity God decrees was nothing but a joke? If a junior could create and improve these God decrees, weren't they just not valuable at all? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign, if that human boy is able to complete the transformation and remake the ordinary God decree with the same level of strength as a peak God decree, then the primal God race won't need us to open the Forbidden Land at all. A celestial elder suddenly said. As Tobague heard this, his expression became far more interesting. The reason that the primal God race would request the help of the Celestials and ally with them was because they only had the strongest God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster as well as those left behind by ordinary true divinities. They were lacking God decrees left behind by upper and middle true divinities. This was because there were far too few upper true divinities. The primal God race had also inherited God decrees left by upper true divinities, but for various reasons they had used them up. But with Lin Ming, this problem no longer existed. The peak Empyreans of the primal God race would absolutely be able to repair the chain of calamity by themselves. How could this be? I just cannot understand. Tobague felt his thoughts fall into utter chaos. He didn't know how Lin Ming accomplished what he did, but this was the indisputable truth. He originally wanted to blackmail the God race into giving up even another spot, but now, the God race didn't need them at all. They might not even receive a single spot. Everything had been lost. Tobague fell into depression. He madly desired this lucky chance, and Smokeless also needed this opportunity. Smokeless was the hope that would stabilize their celestial race in the future. This boy must have some secret, Tobague said with a voice dripping with hate as he gripped his fists. Even if someone killed him, he would never have believed that Lin Ming's perception was so powerful that he could unravel the God decrees that not even true divinities could understand, and do so in a short 2 hours. In other words, the peerless God sovereigns of the ancient remnant races were nothing but a joke before him. But so what if he had a secret? Seeing how the old God sovereign was supporting Lin Ming would likely become a treasure of the primal God race. To transform an ordinary God decree into a top God decree, he more than deserved such treatment. Perhaps even the entire primal God race would prostrate themselves to this boy. At this time, no matter what anyone else was thinking, Lin Ming paid no attention to any of them. His focus was tense and his forehead was dripping wet. He had underestimated just how terrifying a true divinity-level divine runic symbol was. Even if he thoroughly understood the laws, he still lacked strength. Wanting to completely restore these divine runic symbols that had been eroded over 10 billion years was excruciatingly difficult. Moreover, his physical condition was in a poor state. His body shook. Because he was exhausting himself of his strength, Lin Ming's fingers trembled and the runes nearly exploded around him. If the runes collapsed, then even though the God decree would be fine, most of the work Lin Ming put into repairing it would be destroyed. Lin Ming frightened himself for a moment. And this scene was noticed by the old God sovereign. The old God sovereign was able to clearly feel that Lin Ming, wrapped in the blazing light, had a much weaker aura than before. That's right. Lin Ming was injured before, and he had yet to fully recover. Many people recalled that when Lin Ming first entered the Grand Hall,
his blood vitality had been unstable and his meridians and organs had been broken in various places. His injuries were due to Empyrean Primordius. These were deep wounds caused by a peak Empyrean. Even if Lin Ming had prepared himself earlier and had blocked over 95% of the damage, the remaining amount was still no laughing matter. This boy, he can still repair the God Decree after being injured? This is... Heaven's Son Morin was speechless. Lin Ming's actions had left him lacking even a little bit of confidence. The difference was too great. At this time, the old god sovereign flung wide his sleeves and a great sun seemed to explode from within his body. Billowing strength rolled towards the old god sovereign before transforming into a gentle divine light that shot into Lin Ming's body. This gentle divine light slowly sank into Lin Ming. Normally speaking, the power of an Empyrean powerhouse was formidable and unruly. If it entered the body of a junior, they simply wouldn't possess the ability to control it. But, the power shot out by the old god sovereign was gentle to the extreme, allowing Lin Ming to freely use it as he wished. For a time, Lin Ming felt like his body was a dry field that was suddenly experiencing a revitalizing rain. His strength immediately returned. With the laws guiding the way and with the support of the old god sovereign's power, the repair process of the God Decree became extremely smooth. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's repair process was nearing its finale. In that moment within the void, endless Azura runes gathered together, forming a giant purple vortex, all of it being slowly sucked into the God Decree. For a time, divine light shot into the heavens. The runes of the God Decree sparkled, each one resonating with each other. The feeling this scene gave off was as if the God Decree had been resurrected. It formed a sharp contrast with the 3 withered yellow God Decrees lying down beside it. Those 3 God Decrees appeared dark and gloomy, as if they would turn to dust at any moment. Lin Ming, he revived the old god sovereign's God Decree. Someone was able to see the essential difference. The God Decree that Lin Ming repaired seemed entirely brand new. Compared to the celestial race's 3 God Decrees, Lin Ming's repaired God Decree had even greater levels of energy. How could this be? A celestial powerhouse cried out. With any reasoning, Lin Ming being able to repair the God Decrees should have been a major accomplishment worthy of all the ancient remnant races celebrating. But in this situation, the Celestials weren't able to summon any joy at all. Great! Lin Ming had overdrawn his strength and propped himself up on the black stone table. He passed the God Decree to the old God Sovereign. As the old God Sovereign took the God Decree in his hands, his face was full of smiles. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with praise, appreciation, and love. He could feel that the God Decree he passed Lin Ming had undergone a massive change. Good. Very good. The old God Sovereign loudly acclaimed. At this time, the other God race martial artists also sent out their divine senses together, probing the God Decree that Lin Ming had repaired. They were all left dumbfounded. Even the great elder that had criticized Lin Ming before had completely shut up. In the world of martial artists, strength was all. With strength, one naturally obtained respect. This is incredible. My God race has many ordinary true divinity level God Decrees left. If they could be repaired by Lin Ming, just what scene would that be? A God Decree drawn up by a true divinity, if brand new, for example the one that Lin Ming had just repaired, if that were activated by a peak Empyrean, then that was the same as the all-out attack of a true divinity level powerhouse. It could instantly kill a peak Empyrean of the same level. At the very least, their opponent would be severely wounded and lose all combat strength. Then, they could even be captured. The significance of this was far too great. It had to be known that the most threatening enemy to the ancient remnant races was not true divinities like the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, but peak Empyreans. The truth was that in this war, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never fought at all. This was because the primal god race still had the Azura God Decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign were to personally come, then the primal god race would be willing to take out all their Azura god decrees and bombard the good fortune Saint Sovereign with them.
If they could kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign using such a method, then the world would be purified.
But if a peak Empyrean came, using an Azura god decree on them was a waste, and using other god decrees was useless. This was a worrying situation. However, with the god decrees that Lin Ming repaired, restoring them to a brand new state, none of this was a problem anymore.
Chapter 1879, The Celestials' Concessions.
Realizing the function that Lin Ming's ability to repair the god decrees would have for the war situation, every god race Empyrean's eyes began to shine. At this time, even if those like the Great Elder were envious of Lin Ming, they were also excited. This was a monumental matter that concerned the life or death of their race. Compared to the survival of their people, the interests of an individual were secondary.
Lin Ming, did repairing the god decree cause any bodily harm to you?
The old god sovereign asked. He was worried that doing so had caused Lin Ming to overdraw on his life.
Lin Ming shook his head. I've just used up a bit of my energy and soul force.
I should be able to fully recover after several days. In the presence of so many people, Lin Ming extended the required recovery time a little. The truth was that he only needed 1 or 2 days to restore himself, and if the old god sovereign helped him, then the time period needed would be even shorter.
Great!
Then you can sit in meditation and restore yourself.
Afterwards I will give you another god decree for you to repair. Once we collect 3, we will open the Azura Forbidden Land.
This is a great favor that you have done for my god race, we shall never forget this. The old god sovereign's face lit up. With his usual demeanor, he rarely lost his calm like this. Your Majesty God Sovereign has no need to speak so seriously. The god race's war with the saints originally concerns the fate of my human race. If Junior helps the god race to the full extent of my abilities, that is also helping my own people.
It's something that should be done to begin with.
Lin Ming's voice was humble and without the least bit of trying to take credit. This point caused many god race powerhouses to develop a favorable impression towards Lin Ming. According to common sense, if Lin Ming were able to repair god decrees for the god race, then he should also be able to propose any condition he wished. This was entirely within reason.
Ningxu, Legion King, Skylift, Daiwahen.
The 4 of you prepare yourselves.
After Lin Ming repairs the 3 god decrees, you will then repair the Chain of Calamity.
With the laws contained within the god decrees and the joint energies of your 4, there shouldn't be any problems repairing it.
The old god sovereign immediately spat out the names or titles of 4 Empyreans. These 4 Empyreans were the strongest within the entire primal god race.
And amongst them, Daiwahan was the strongest but also the youngest.
The 4 Empyreans stepped forwards as one, respectfully standing behind the old god sovereign.
Amongst the 4 of them, 3 were the old god sovereign's disciples. Seeing this situation, Tobague could no longer remain silent. The worst possible situation had occurred. The old god sovereign was planning to cast aside their celestial race. In terms of inheritance lineage, the truth was that the Celestials were also part of the Azura Roadmaster's lineage. The difference was that 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were nothing but a vassal race, a minor branch to the god race. If they could enter the Azura Forbidden Land, that was naturally a tremendous advantage to the Celestials. But now, he watched as the god race members busily gathered around Lin Ming, as if the Celestials had nothing to do with this matter.
Your Majesty God Sovereign!
Tobague anxiously shouted.
Oh? What matter does the battle sovereign have to say?
The old god sovereign smiled, his expression filled with meaning.
The winds and the tides could change at a moment's notice.
The Celestials had been aggressively pushing the god race, but now the roles had been overturned. Now it was the Celestials that were struggling to find a foothold. And this ridiculous change was all brought about by a junior. It was simply incredible. Tobague glanced at Lin Ming with a strange complexion. He said, Your Majesty God Sovereign, there is no need for us to play around with words. My celestial race desires 2 spots. Any conditions your majesty wishes can be considered. Tobagwe said, getting straight to the point. He was already prepared for a massive hemorrhage. The truth was that the Celestials and God race were brother races. With the great calamity before them, the two could be said to be dependent on each other. If uniting as one wasn't enough to win the war, if they were to even fight, that would only mean defeat would come that much quicker. It was impossible that the old God sovereign didn't understand this point. Tobagwe didn't want to waste his time with idle banter. From looking at the allocation of resources alone, the God race only needed 4 spots, anyone else entering would be a waste. At the same time, what the Celestials needed the most were 2 spots. For this reason they were willing to pay a deep price. After all, even blood brothers had to settle accounts between themselves. I want 2 of the 3 God decrees. The old God sovereign said, pointing towards the 3 upper true divinity God decrees laid in a row. He didn't intend to take advantage of someone when they were down. Before, the Celestials had wanted to use these 3 God decrees to exchange for 3 spots, coming out to 1 spot per God decree. Now that the Celestials wanted 2 spots, the old God sovereign demanded only 2 God decrees. This was a completely justified request. Thank you, Tobagwe said, feeling ashamed in his heart. His voice lacked energy. He didn't know if Lin Ming had the ability to repair upper true divinity God decrees, but if he did, then their power would truly be heaven-defying. After thinking for a little, he said, I would like to ask little friend Lin here to repair the God decrees of my people. I wonder if... Because Lin Ming had exposed a part of his strength, Tobagwe became increasingly respectful when he spoke of Lin Ming. This is something you can discuss directly with Lin Ming. I have no right to make decisions for him. The old God sovereign smiled, looking towards Lin Ming. For a time, the eyes of the celestial martial artists turned towards Lin Ming. Little friend Lin. Tobagwe hesitated. As the number 2 figure within the entire celestial race, he eagerly yet helplessly looked at Lin Ming, as if begging with his eyes. Lin Ming calmly responded, I can naturally repair God decrees for the Celestials, but, if I were to do so, I would also have other conditions. We can discuss them in detail when the time comes. Naturally, my celestial race won't have little friend Lin help for nothing. Tobagwe smiled as he spoke. But as this sight fell in Smokeless' eyes, it made her feel uncomfortable. The Celestials were an ancient race and they had a once glorious history. Even though they had declined in the present era, the bloodline of the Celestials was still not something that the Spiritas, humans, or saints could hope to compare with. Thus, the Celestials had a pride that belonged to them alone, a pride that was engraved into their bones. But now, Tobagwe as a peak Empyrean was actually speaking so politely to Lin Ming, a holy lord. And this Lin Ming didn't even seem to be appreciating such kindness. This made Smokeless feel ill to her stomach. This boy. I have no idea what lucky chance he obtained that he is able to repair the God decrees, but he actually reaches for a yard after taking an inch, Smokeless indignantly thought. What a pity that his cultivation is too low. Otherwise, if he and I were at the same cultivation realm, I would definitely have challenged him. Currently, Smokeless wasn't convinced by Lin Ming at all. But she didn't reveal her emotions, and instead only icily glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already moved towards a quiet room. He intended to meditate and restore himself. Several days passed. Lin Ming had repaired 3 God decrees. And on this day, it was time to repair the chain of calamity. The old God sovereign's black pupils sparkled with a mystic power, causing the surrounding palace to tremble in tune with him. The air hummed. The massive pillars that rose up all over the palace emitted massive beams of energy, weaving together to form a pure energy space. From afar, it looked like a giant translucent crystal, isolating out everything with absolute certainty. Repairing the chain of calamity was a monumental event that couldn't receive any disturbances at all. A crystalline enchantment shrouded down, covering the four strongest god race and celestial powerhouses, sheltering them from any outside influence. Since the Celestials had decided to join in, the people who would repair the chain of calamity had also changed. With the help of the celestial powerhouses, the chances of success were much higher. Lin Ming stood at the side, his eyes gazing into the spherical energy crystal. The four powerhouses stood above the chain of calamity. They held the three god decrees that Lin Ming had repaired in their hands. Each god decree contained dense strands of the 33 heavens' great Tao aura. This incomparably pure aura gushed out endlessly, making the hearts of those watching quicken.
Bang! A god race Empyrean was the first to move.
Blood shot out from the pores of his arms. This was the pure god race bloodline.
It contained the aura of endless years, standing testimony to the primal god race's once glorious civilization. The blood bloomed with incandescent light. In the midst of this light, one could hear dragons roaring and phoenixes keening. Even though Lin Ming was standing 100 feet away, he still felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain exude from that blood, making him feel oppressed. This is the pure bloodline strength of the god race, incredible, it far surpasses the bloodline inherited by the saints. Lin Ming's eyes fixated on the blood, unblinking. His soul force surged within him and the surrounding pressure weakened by a great deal. The bloodline power released by a peak Empyrean was difficult for even an ordinary world king to withstand. The pure drop of god race blood slowly floated in the air, as if it were an ancient and solemn star shining in the skies. It emitted a distant and boundless strength before hurtling into a god decree. After the god decree absorbed the god race Empyrean's blood essence, a crimson glow lit up the world. The mystic power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws within turned into runes that rumbled like massive tumbling mountains. Faintly, one could see towering and hulking god kings appear, sitting on the runes, their pupils shooting out a terrifying light even as their monstrous blood vitality raged within them. The god decree emitted a phantasmal voice that seemed to come from times long past, as if the god decree were coming to life. Soon after, the other powerhouses followed suit. They offered their own bloodline power to blend into the remaining god decrees. The god decrees shined with an increasingly bright light, as if they were exploding stars. The entire grand hall was wrapped up in a blinding luminosity. This was the power of a true divinity's spirit treasure. When Empyrean spirit treasures were born, they would often summon heavenly tribulation, much less a true divinity spirit treasure. Light completely blinded Lin Ming for a moment. But Lin Ming didn't need to see with his eyes at all. Rather, he could sense that within the light, a terrifying amount of energy was being formed and destroyed along with all sorts of sparkling runes. This white light shined for an entire day and night before slowly dimming down. As the white light vanished, the energy sphere also faded away. The four god race and celestial powerhouses were pale. Their auras had diminished compared to the start. They all sat on the ground and began meditating, restoring themselves. At this time, a faint sound rang through the air, as if it came from the world itself. It was remote and mysterious. A snow-white lotus flower flowed within these sound waves, blooming in the void. At the furthest edges of the pitch-black skies, a mysterious black road appeared, stretching all the way to the Grand Hall. At the end of this great road, the chain of calamity glistened with endless power. It was wrapped in a mysterious aura as it suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was impossible to unravel the mysteries within. A true divinity magic tool has been reborn. An auspicious sign appears. On the old god sovereign's aged face, a happy smile appeared. The chain of calamity had been repaired. Now, all that was left was to open the Azura Forbidden Land. Perhaps the Azura Forbidden Land would offer them a chance to turn the tide in this great calamity. Chapter 1880, Entering the Forbidden Land. 10 days later, the Empyreans who helped repair the chain of calamity had fully recovered. Lin Ming had also restored himself to his peak state. Today, the Azura Forbidden Land would be opened.
The list of people to enter the Azura Forbidden Land had also been finalized. They were Tobague, Smokeless, Lin Ming, Shinku, Lanlu, and Daiwahan. The last 4 people had been personally chosen by the old god sovereign. Smokeless didn't need to be mentioned. Just the battle sovereign Tobague was faintly the number 1 master of the entire celestial race, but he still had plenty of potential remaining. He was one of the main pillars in resisting this great calamity. The old god sovereign led the way. His right hand was held out in front, the chain of calamity hanging on the end of his index finger. The chain of calamity emitted a misty light that caused the surrounding space to change. Somewhere in the far-off distance, it was as if the end of space and time existed there. Thundering rumbles and vibrating hums continued without end. This sort of shaking was like the ringing of a bell. The fluctuations were like a tide. Everyone could feel the powerful fluctuations. These fluctuations even passed through the void, causing surrounding stars to resonate with it. Within the White Grand Hall, the primal god race and celestial powerhouses were excited upon seeing this. They all peered deep into the endless void. Although they couldn't see anything and could only sense the aging universe and infinite darkness, this couldn't stop their eyes from heating with enthusiasm. After the chain of calamity was repaired, the Azura Forbidden Zone already started to resonate with it. An old god race powerhouse said. In the history of the god race, the Azura Forbidden Land had been opened less than a handful of times. There were many true divinities who didn't have the good fortune to see it, and those present had never imagined they would be fortunate enough to live during a time when the Azura Forbidden Zone would be opened and personally bear witness to it. The Azura Forbidden Land is the Holy Land of my people. Unfortunately, this Holy Land will only appear when the god race stands on the precipice of life or death. In the past, many outstanding god race members that became true divinities weren't lucky enough to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. But now that it has been opened, my race is already declining and those chosen to enter barely meet the qualifications. The god race powerhouse deeply sighed with emotion. It's time. The old god sovereign's robes whipped about around him. The light projecting from the chain of calamity grew ever bright, wrapping everyone within it. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt the heavens and earth change positions as a spell of dizziness overtook him. As he opened his eyes again, he could see that he had arrived in a mysterious realm. This world was hot to the point where even he found it unbearable. Looking around, the surroundings were empty. Only at the central region was there a surging mass of lava. This lava continued without end, seeming as if it were larger than a great world. Flames occasionally gushed into the air. Each plume of flame was like a burning star that roared into the world. This sight awed the heart. Just what kind of lava is this? How terrifying, even my skin is finding it hard to withstand being baked by the heat, Lin Ming mumbled, shocked, as he looked at the blazing flames. The chain of calamity hovered above this mass of lava, releasing a mystical sound. And the flows of lava also emitted shockwaves that stirred up an inexhaustible amount of lava. The sounds echoed into the air, resonating with the sound coming from the chain of calamity. The movements within the flowing lava became increasingly intense. Waves of the Tao appeared like twisting dragons, the great Tao of freezing cold, the great Tao of deep water, the great Tao of the heavens and earth. As these Tao fluctuations appeared, the surrounding lava was frozen, swallowed, or neutralized with some other method. Soon, this area began to rapidly clear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Slowly, as more Tao fluctuations gushed out, waves of chilling and withering aura shot outwards. At the deepest depths of the lava, a vast mysterious space was revealed. The entrance was dark and deep. Lin Ming could feel something familiar coming from it. The power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws was overflowing from within. The Azura Forbidden Zone, an ancient ruin left behind by the Azura Road Master, had finally been opened. Lin Ming felt increasingly sure that the third Emperor Jade he was searching for was located in this ancient ruin. This feeling, could it be the fate that the Azura Road Master spoke of? If so, then I must obtain this Emperor Jade of Fate no matter what.
Lin Ming gripped his fists.
To him, the most valuable treasure within the Azura Forbidden Zone was the Emperor Jade of Fate. It was something that involved the complete inheritance of the Azura Road Master. And with the complete inheritance of the Azura Road Master, Lin Ming could become that much stronger to fight the invasion of the Saints.
Enter. The old god sovereign's profound eyes touched over everyone's faces. He waved his sleeves and an enormous strength caught hold of everyone.
Lin Ming and the others were immediately sent tumbling into that vast space. After entering the Azura Forbidden Land, the moment that Lin Ming felt solid ground, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he had gone to the Azura Road. That world could be considered as overflowing with life, countless existences freely wandering about. But in the world he was in now, there was only a pale yellow star above him that emitted a faint glow.
The surrounding light was dim.
Dark gray clouds piled up high in the skies, blocking out the light and casting the world into an eternal twilight. This was a dead world. The feeling it gave off was that of a great world having reached the end of its existence, soon to collapse into nothing.
In everyone's eyes, they could see giant obelisks rise into the heavens like towering mountains. The tomb of the left King Longya, the tomb of Heaven's Son Yangun, the tomb of God King Luo. Left King Longya was a peerless genius from almost 10 billion years ago. Afterwards he disappeared without a trace, but he actually died here. Heaven's Son Yangun was rumored to have been the strongest peerless genius of my race in ancient times. He had high hopes of following the Azura Road Master's steps. The celestial and primal god race powerhouses were stirred to emotion as they looked upon these graces in front of them. Those that died here were all once world-shaking existences of the primal god race. It had to be known that they existed billions or even 10 billion years ago. Even through the unimaginably long river of time, they were still recorded here as before. It was obvious from this how strong they had been in life. As a martial artist walked upon their own road, traveling their own journeys, they would often regard the great existences of the past as their own goal. Now that they saw these once fabled characters quietly turned to grave soil in front of them, fading from the world, they felt 10,000 different emotions cross their hearts. The passing of the years was the most terrifying weapon of all. The tombstones that marked the graves were ominous, like mountains that pressed upon the hearts of those present. It was as if these tombstones were trying to show them that the destiny of the god race and celestials had already reached its natural end. Strong winds howled, as sharp and grating as knives as they grinded against the rocks on the ground. Although these strange winds wouldn't injure these people, it still made them intuitively feel that this land was far bleaker and more dangerous than they had thought. However, those that could enter here were all individuals with great wisdom and courage. Their hearts of martial arts were as solid as stone, almost without the slightest flaw. Although this scene was depressing, it couldn't shake their confidence. Suddenly, from deep within the earth, an icy cold strength quietly spread out. The sandy and rocky earth began to frost over at a speed visible to the eyes. "Be careful," Battle Sovereign Tobague said. A giant figure suddenly leapt out, its body was miles long. It hurtled into the group of people. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light as he immediately discerned what it was. This monster that leapt out was similar to a vicious beast, but it was invisible and intangible, nothing but a mass of shadows. And in the shadows were two glowing red eyes, making it seem bizarre and horrifying. Its strength was majestic and razor-sharp. As soon as it appeared, it lashed out, causing a shockingly deep fissure to be torn through the ground. This sort of dreadful momentum that seemed as if it could split apart everything left everyone feeling chilled. Within the group of people, a slim figure rushed out. Her hair flapped behind her like a black waterfall and her two eyes were like brilliant moons, emitting a dazzling coldness. Her fingers flickered as she produced several seals. Red wings flashed behind her, breaking open the void as she collided with the shadow beast. Bang! A powerful shockwave blasted out and black blood spewed into the skies. Even though the Celestial's proud elite Smokeless seemed delicate, she was able to erupt with an astonishing degree of strength.
she was like a god king that descended to the world. Her skin, flesh, and blood exuded a blinding brilliance. Her fists struck out so hard that even the air in front of her shook, as if she were some invincible being. The horrifying shadow beast that seemed as if it could tear apart all actually cracked apart beneath her fists. It began to wail as its body disintegrated. The shadows exploded at once. The many dark moon-shaped runes that covered its body dispersed into the air, even as they began to break apart beneath the furious strength. With a loud bang, the massive shadow beast had been dissolved into countless runes that scattered into the world. This monster was originally a being formed by a law force field. Seeing this, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He had clearly seen that Smokeless had used her body, in particular her fists, to commune with the world. She saved up a tremendous amount of the Great Tao's primal power in order to make such an earth-shaking blow. The intensity of her mortal body left one flabbergasted. And the Celestials were similar to the god race in that their essence, energy, and divine were all-powerful. If Smokeless' mortal body had been cultivated to such a degree, what heights did her energy and divine reach? As Lin Ming observed Smokeless, he faintly felt that what she excelled in the most was not bodily strength, but perhaps energy or divine. If she only used her mortal body to fight, then she was simply trying to hide her true talents. Truly worthy of being the ally of the primal god race. The Celestials are also the favored children of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming exclaimed in his mind. But at this time, after the strange shadow was eliminated, Smokeless' lightning-sharp gaze swept over Lin Ming, a light provocation within it. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He could see a slight smile on Smokeless' lips. Before repairing the chain of calamity, Lin Ming had stepped into the limelight by displaying his skills. Afterwards, even the Celestials' battle sovereign Tabague had to speak to Lin Ming in a humble tone. This had left Smokeless feeling ill in her heart. But now, she was able to give vent to these feelings. This was because in the Azura Forbidden Land, one's progress clearly depended on one's martial strength. And in terms of her own strength, Smokeless was absolutely confident in herself. By depending on her mortal body alone, she was able to erupt with such strength. If she exhausted all of her hidden cards, then with her great world king cultivation she would be able to protect herself and flee against the weakest of Empyreans. No wonder the battle sovereign was willing to pay such a deep price to bring Smokeless into the Azura Forbidden Land. Daiwahan nodded from beside Tabague. His status wasn't much different from Tabague's. Smokeless' strength is far beyond this, let's slowly watch. If this road isn't too dangerous, then let's not help. Allow the younger generation to clear the way. Tabague folded his arms across his chest, a smile on his face. As he spoke, his gaze, either by design or accident, swept over Lin Ming. In truth, there were only two of the so-called younger generation here, Smokeless and Lin Ming.